Hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome. Today we're gonna see Alexander, the great Alexander Alekhine games with with his annotations and my annotations. Nice to see you. Today I caught you on time. Good for you, John Twitch. Okay, John Twitch, you will be my Google. I'm lazy enough to do this, so I will put uh, the first game, but chronologically we will do it. So Alexander Alekhine or Alekhine maybe versus can you Google how to write Gregory? They played in 1909. I'm not sure that I did it correct, and it's from a tournament in St. Petersburg. Hello, hello everybody. Okay, just Russia. All right. Yeah. So Alexander Alekhine is one of my favorite players, world champion. He's Bernard Gregory. Yeah. So Gregory, I wrote it correctly. A few words about Alexander Alekhine. Yeah. By the way, his uh, a book about him, of course, of book was my first book ever when I was kid. Yeah. So what we know about Alekhine? He was born in quite a rich family in Russia uh, in 1892. He met. He was introduced to chess by his mother, his older brother Alexei, and his sister at age 7. So he was progressing quite quickly. And when he was young, in middle of 1910s, he became one of the strongest player, and he was progressing very much. He also was known as um, theoretician and author of different articles and theoretical researches. We also know his system called under his name after E4 1965. It's still popular nowadays. And after he progressed very quick, he challenged Jose Raul Capablanca, who became world champion after beat Emmanuel Lasker in 1921 in Havana. We all know it, but unfortunately for Alekhine, Capablanca probably was trying to avoid world title match very strongly. So the so-called London rules he implemented when challenger should raise a fund equivalent to 10,000 US dollars. Probably nowadays it would be around $400,000, I guess, 390 maybe. Quite huge amount for that time. And Alekhine in beginning of 20s, 1920s, he start his trip to North America when he was doing a lot of exhibition matches for very little fees, and also he in that period in 1924, I'm not exactly sure, but I guess it was 1924, he he made the world record of blindfold chess. I guess he played on 26 boards blindfolded with very good results. And before, I guess it was held by Breyer with 25 blindfolded boards. And after, Alekhine beat his own record a year later in 1925, I guess, when he was playing in Paris against 28 blindfolded against 28 players. I guess he lost 3 and won 25 or something like that. And so finally, the Argentina Federation players and mecenates include the president of Argentina that period guaranteed a prize fund for this match. What was held against what was held in Buenos Aires in 1927, and Alekhine won that match against Capablanca with 6 wins and 3 losses, and I guess it was 15 draws, or maybe even more. Yeah, it was no, 1 second. It was 34 games in total. So uh, it means yeah, 29 draws. No, 1 second. 9 plus, yeah, 25 draws. Yeah, so 34 for that period. It was the longest match ever played till the match between Kasparov and Karpov in 1984. Yeah. Drum, hello, thank you for subscription, welcome. So we know that Alekhine, yeah, then after that, after he won the match in 1927, Capablanca offered rematch, but Alekhine took revenge over him, and he implemented the same rule like Capablanca did. So Capablanca should find $10,000, and more than half, even defeated champion would took more than half of this prize fund. But unfortunately, Capablanca never made it, and the relation became very bitter since that. So we know that after that, uh, Alekhine was played against Bogolubov 2 matches in 1929 and 1934. Sorry, I think Bogolubov was already not his peak. He was about 40 years old in 1929, so he easily beat Bogolubov in both matches. And he never gave chance Capablanca to play. And in 1934, I guess, no, maybe even 1932, he offered match for young Max Eve, and finally the match was held in Netherlands in 1935, and all suddenly, surprised for all, Max Eve won a match with 9 wins against 8 losses with some draws, and he became world champion. But the circumstance of match was quite bad for Alekhine because he was drinking alcohol in that time and was not in his biggest, I mean, in best shape. And 2 years later, in 1937, he regained the title back, beating Ave, and since that, a different grandmaster was challenging the world title matches, include our tournament winner Paul Keres, and yeah, he won our tournament a hit of 4 with tie break, and then later, unfortunately, because of World War II outbreak, that match never happened. Also, we know that Mikhail Botvinnik was also claiming the challenging match, the title match, but also because of World War it never happened. And after that, after World War finished in 1946, they had negotiations again, and match was fixed, but unfortunately, it should be held in Moscow, and also was there was a condition by Alekhine that the federation should invite him 3 months before start the match because he wanted to play some tournaments to make practice. But unfortunately, he been in Estoril, Portugal in 1946, and he passed away. And the outcome of his this still is not clear. Some say that it was a heart attack. Some says that it was a murder. For example, his son Alexander Alekhine Jr. was sure that Soviet hands, Soviet hands reached to him even in Portugal, because we know that in 1921 he left to France. He represented France from 1925, so it was like kind of revenge. Also, he was accused to have negotiations with Nazi in during World War II, and finally they reach him. So that was like theory. Maybe it was murder. Maybe he was murdered. Maybe not. Nobody knows. Yeah, yeah. Somebody says that he was choking on not on fish, on some meat. They found some meat piece. Yeah, but I don't believe that. Maybe what most I believe that what his son was feeling and speaking, that was the truth. So probably he was killed by according to his style when he was young. He was as almost maybe 99% of players of that period, very attacking fierce style he had. But when he was preparing against Capablanca, he should make a huge will move to somehow change his style, and he became not a very universal player. He was not only strong in attacking positions, but also very technical, and especially in games. So he made inside of him very huge work, and also probably Capablanca was a little bit relaxed uh, before the match. Probably he did not prepare a lot, because before that match, Alekhine never win any single game against Capablanca. So Capablanca was thinking as he's a clear favorite, and that was played against him, because Alekhine was very motivated. He was prepared well physically and also theoretically, and of course Capablanca was far away from his best and also relaxed. So and during the match, unfortunately, he never had chance to recover. Yeah. So let I wanted to show you some games by chronological, and as a first game, and it's annotated by Alekhine. I also will add maybe some annotations, and uh, it was played in chess lovers tournament in St. Petersburg 1909. So it means that he was here. He was 17 years old. Alekhine took first place here. Rotlevi, the famous Rotlevi, who we also know Rotlevi game against Rubinstein, when he lost beautiful way from Rubinstein. In one of the stream about Rubinstein, I show you that famous game. As Gregory, as a current game, what we will see, he took third, and so on. So let's see how young Alekhine was playing, and by chronologically we will see how he was develop his style, his power. So Alekhine is white in this game. He started with e4, e5, the most popular continuation for the time. Knight c3. The This is a Vienna game. I don't know how to say in English correctly, because in Russia it's called Venskaya Partia. I don't know in English. It's Vienna game, or how Vienna opening maybe simply. So bishop c4 he played here. Vienna game probably, or Vienna opening. I don't know. Okay. So the main that you understand. So knight c6 played by Gregory, but Alekhine says that the best move here is a knight e4. After knight e4, d5, or after bishop f7, king f7, knight e4, again d5. Yeah. So, but knight c6, the modest move, was played by his opponent. Uh, 1 second. Computer kind of stuck. I cannot move. Okay, finally. So knight c6 was played by Gregory. D3 immediately protect this pawn, not allow this knight e4. Yeah, it's like mix of bishop opening and then opening. Yeah, yeah. Bishop b4 was played by Gregory here. So the fight against d5 square here. Yeah, in future maybe they want to also little bit like uh, destroy the one pawn structure on the queen side. But let's see what happens. Bishop g5 was played in this position, and now funny annotations. Knight d4 was played by Grigory, and Alekhin gives Lasker's annotation about this. Lasker was writing about this move that this is incredible move, full of fantasy. Uh, he was playing in a tournament bulletin, and and Alokin says that I have to admit that I don't see anything incredible behind this move, uh, uh, behind this jump of knight, which which will be kicked away to the passive position on e6. We will see. Which it will close his own bishop, and oof, what a clicked. And Botvinnik, no, Botvinnik says that h6 is a well-known continuation, which leads to a good game for black here, queen f6, and so on. So knight d4, played by uh, opponent here. Uh, a3 was played by Alekhine, attacking the bishop. And he says this is the simplest way because after bishop a5, for example, it's possible to play b4, kick away, no more pin, and over this diagonal, the knight can jump here using this pin here. Very unpleasant position. And after 6, we can take here, and the pawn structure will be destroyed on the king side, and king will be very unpleasant, not safe on the king side. So after a3, uh, Gregory took here. Maybe bishop e7 was a good move here. Actually, I'm thinking it is my opinion. I would probably play this modest move here, and then d6 castle and so on. So why to give this strong bishop bc, and then knight e6 was played, attacking bishop here. And now Alekhin played very interesting move h4 he played here, and we will see the idea behind this move. He said that this was a good move because if immediately uh, bishop d2, then d5 here, and after ed, knight d5, and queen e2 attacking the pawn, simply f6. Yeah, so that's why. Hello, Mr. Elias. That's why he played h4, supporting the bishop. Of course, knight g5, hg, knight g8 is not the tempting continuation. And for example, now, yeah, also, um, for example, this variation is unpleasant. Knight g8 and g6 here. Quite unpleasant move, yes? Using this we can attack because of pin. After fg, we can even take here, then take here. And pawns are very bad here. So this is not forced move, of course. And after knight f3 also will be very pleasant game for white. But the idea behind this that after h6, bishop d2, what was played, and his opponent played d6 here. But the idea was if d5, like in previous position, when, for example, we go directly bishop d2, after d5, he wanted to play ed, and after ed, knight d5, queen e2 now. And the difference that after f6, there is a very unpleasant check here, because when pawn was here, he had g6, and now he need to lost his castling possibility, but maybe it was not so bad for black. Maybe he could go for it and then play king f8 here, then c6, and so on. But white's position is preferable, of course, knight f3, and so on. But for example, if in this position, if black plays queen d6, then knight f3, attacking this pawn twice, and after f6, there would be queen e4, strong move, attacking the knight, and after knight d7, otherwise check, then d4, with very unpleasant pressure on the center here. For example, ed, cd, then bishop d4 is also coming after castle, and black is some kind of trouble here. That's why Gregory plays more modest d6 in this position. It leads to queen f3 move. And he says that this is was not good continuation. The logical was in this position, knight g2, then knight g3, and very complex position, and so on. But queen f3 was played here. Hello, Chekhov. So queen f3 was played in this position. Bishop d7 was played by opponent, and g4. This was the idea behind this move to prepare this g5 and then protect this rook here after ag. And queen e7 was played by Gregory. Probably he's preparing long castle where king will be very safe. That's why Alekhine starts immediate action on the king side. And knight g8 was played by Gregory here. And Alekhine says that, hello, Simple Simpson. And he says that black should now, in this position, exchange this rook here. After ag, rook h1, and queen h1, because gf here, it's not good because rook g1, king e2, rook a1 here. Yeah, and after fg, rook even g1 is possible here. So, okay, this is not good variation for white. Of course, queen h1, then knight g8, and after queen h7, long castle. And black has a good game here. Also, this is weak. So we see that he was very young, yeah, like 17 years old. He was playing too aggressively. But his opponent played knight g8. Rook b1 was played by Alekhine, attacking this pawn. And bishop c6 for some reason played by opponent. Why not long castle? Probably this was a good move here, simply. And after queen e3, it's just king b8. Nothing wrong with this idea. I will play long castle, but he played bishop c6, knight h3, played by Alekhine. Yeah, and this is the circumstances of this pseudo-active plan, because h is a threat, so he developed knight to protect it. King d7, strange move by opponent. And here black again should took and play long castle in this position. And for example, after queen e3, then simply king b8, rook g1, and this would lead to absolutely normal position for black. Yeah, probably they would play something like queen d7, then open this square for knight. It goes to g6, control here. So maybe black's position is actually preferable here because of structure, and king is quite king stacked in the center. But for some reason, instead of this logical continuation, he played king d7, strange move here. He was kind of afraid to go long castle, but there was nothing. Blitz King, hello! Hello, Mr. Sabon, welcome. Queen g4 strong move by Alekhine, put a pin here. And he also wants to play f4, so it's a good move. And yeah, also idea that f4, he wants to force ef because of f5 idea. And then this knight from corners starts to play in the center very effectively here. So rook a ef8 was played. Yeah, but this was so bad moves that now they are in problem here. Virus, hello. Yeah. Okay. I mean, don't search for some objective variations here. We just will watch and follow how Alekhine game by game, year by year, he's starting to play better and better, and also follow his uh, comments, which is has historical interest. f5 was played by Gregory. This was his idea behind rook f8. Yes, 5. Because after h5, queen g3 he wanted to play here. And for example, ef, knight f4, knight f4, bishop f4. Uh, and uses that knight is far away, rook is far away from the game, and bishop e4 doesn't work because queen e4 is the idea to take care because of simple short castle. Now D is a threat, and here black is serious troubles because, for example, you go here, we can even attack this queen, and after queen D8 gives this check, and this is mate. If you look at this king in the center, punched with all white pieces here. That's why Gregory probably made all in on this idea f5 here, using this kind of pin. But in this position, of course, Alekhine not play this modest move. He just takes EF. Hello, Arnito. Hudson Chicken. Hello. Hello, Brian Chu. Welcome back, guys. So EF strong move. Of course, we Alekhine is don't care about this passive rook here. So at least the black is trying to take the rook, at least suffer for exchange. And nothing better they have here. So he take on h1, fe check, king c8. We see that instead of long castle, his opponent play king d7 and anyway push to c8. So he wasted so much time and give some so huge uh, huge time for Alekhine to prepare this powerful assault in the center. Uh, for example, king d8 here was bad because of queen g1 all suddenly attacking the bishop, and after it goes, we eliminate this pawn with idea mate here. But he says that it was possible maybe king e8 here to have this queen d8 idea. And in case of queen g1, then d5. This was idea. And after bishop b5, king d8 because c6 leads to bishop 6 and then rook b8. But still, after king d8, probably uh, bishop d7 here is a good move. This attack, this attack, this attack. So here black will not survive long. That's why he openly played king c8 here. Of course, king 6 we will not analyze. So king c8, queen g1, strong move, attacking bishop, attacking the pawn. Uh, hello, Mantri. Um, and after queen g1, c6 played by Gregory. Creative idea, says Alekhine. In case of queen g1, he want to play d5 attacking his bishop. Yeah. And after bishop b3 retrieving, queen e6. And uh, black has some chances here. Counterplay because ef check is coming, knight is going. This is not white wants really. Uh, that's why he played, instead of take this useless bishop here, he takes queen a7 and accent is on the direct attack here in initiative. Yeah, bishop a6 is the idea. Hello, I am Dudum. How are you doing? c5 was played here. And probably this was the only defense against rook b7 or bishop a6 idea here. Yeah, rook b7, queen b7, and bishop a6. So c5, and now he connects this alive bishop all suddenly. And what happened here in this position? Yeah, also queen a8 was threat. Yeah, and d4, strong move by Alekhine. He wants to play d5 and close this bishop. After bishop a6, probably would be queen c7 and queen b8. So he plays d4. Yeah, because now black cannot take twice, for example, here, because this bishop will jump here on a5, and then will be mate. That's the problem. Knight and rook is, look at these pieces, very far away from the game. So he played queen c7 here, try to protect this b8, and d5, close this diagonal. And rook b7 is, black cannot protect rook b7 idea here. For example, after queen b8, his opponent played knight e7. After queen b8, he wanted to play queen a4 with mating in one idea. And after rook d8, then rook b7 anyway here. Look at this move. And queen b7 leads to bishop a6. After king b7, there's a mate in two, or like this, or like this, up to your taste. But Gregory played knight e7 and rook b7, of course, followed. Queen b7, bishop a6. The terrible attack. And after bishop d5, not immediately take. We c4 strong move. Using that queen is stacked, cd is the idea. Also bishop is coming here. Yeah, this pawn will fall down now because black has to take, otherwise bishop a5 with either queen a8 mate. And that's why he took, now bishop b7, queen d6. This attack, this, everything fall down here. Knight c6, gh was taken, gh, and f4. Strong move by white. And white is finishing here very quick. Rook f8 should be accepted. And then queen d7 check. This was the idea. King b8, then e7, attacking the rook and e8 the idea. So Belgrade took e7, queen e7. Now it's just desperation. Uh, Position totally lost. So, he played by inertia rook f8, queen d6 check, king a8, bishop h6, open this square for king here, also attacking the rook. After rook a8, f6, attacking both pieces, and played queen d8, king a7, and bishop e3, attacking this pawn. And now black is in trouble because after rook f3, check king a6, simply queen b8, and game is over here because queen a7 is a mate. It would be only moves, and we taken too much pieces here. Yeah, was uh, his cool game when he was 17 years old here. Okay, let's see another game now. 1 year later, so we chronologically will continue watch his uh, watch his games. Now he will be black black color. 1 second. I guess it's Speyer. It was played. The next tournament was played in international tournament in Hamburg in 1910 in Germany. And 1 second. How will be Germany? How to write Speyer? That's the problem now. You are welcome. Speyer. No idea how to write it. Maybe like this. Speyer. 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 Maybe like this. Versus Alekhine. Okay, I will write Hamburg here. Hamburg, I guess, is like this. And can you Google John Twitch, please? Maybe you will find. Because I'm not sure that Speyer is written like this. Maybe it's some W or something. 1 second. Also, I guess Hamburg should be H. Should be G here. Yeah, it is. So E4 was played. E6 by Alekhine. So we go to the French defense. Knight C3, bishop B4 played by Alekhine. He says that this move is much stronger than all other moves, and uh, and also was better than it has reputation. Abraham Speyer, yes, yeah, yes, okay, Abraham Spager, okay, like Spager, okay. 1 second. So Speyer, Spay, like this, I guess. Okay. Bishop d2 was played here. Interesting idea, but white cannot achieve advantage after this move. Um, yeah, he says that we must understand this was old annotation by him. So he says that ED is normally people play here, but we know that E5 is the main move here, and also Knight G2 very tricky move here. And also we seen 2 or 3 days when I had this stream 2 days ago, game between Smyslov against Potvinnik. He played like this in world title match, if you remember, and it was played like this, and c5, knight c6, and so on. c5, I guess c5, knight g2, g6 was queen e3, knight c6, and so on. Yeah, also queen d2 was Smyslov played. But e5 is the most main moves, and c5 also was played between Smyslov and Botvinnik, and also many players include Fischer. But in this game, bishop d2 pair was played, knight e7 played by Alekhine. Yeah, he says it's probably the simplest move, and also there is a continuation d, queen g4, which leads to crazy complicated positions here. So that's why he played knight e7. On the 5 spectrum, why not g6 and keep the pawn? In which moment? You mean in this position, probably. But after g6, we will play, we take here, so we don't have pawn anyway. Brian Chi, I'm surprised that I actually remembers Smyslov game. Nice. So bishop d2, knight e7, a flexible move, because knight f6 leads to this unpleasant tempo. So knight e7 was played. Um, 1 second, what happened here? ed played by Spare, because now the threat was to take d and then queen d4 here. This was the idea, because when knight is developed, we can play castle after queen g4. That's why his opponent took on d5, take on d5, and queen f3, probably preparing long castle. But this is not natural, said Alekhine. And after that, almost all white pieces will be in uncomfortable squares. And better and more natural was to play bishop d3, then knight g2, then castle, and so on. But Spare played queen f3, knight c6 by Alekhine, attacking this pawn, bishop b5. And this is like set necessary because of last move, because knight e2, this will be uh, uh, bishop will be closed. So bishop. Oh, Dirk, how are you, man? Long time did not see you. Where are you? Are you dived in some alcohol drinks, or in some another things? In Holland, much things to do. Where you been? So castle was played here. Natural, of course, development move, safe position for king, and also uh, release the threat to d4. Just beers. Okay, beers is also a good choice. 92. That's why bishop b5 was played, because bishop is more active than on f1, obviously. And bishop f5 by Alekhine, attacking this pawn. And black already has very nice position. So pieces are very flexible, very nice placed. Also maybe ideas like this. And long castle by Spares. The logical continuation after this queen f3 and bishop d2. Kill Corona with alcohol, of course. And Alekhine says that this long castle was, of course, uh, the idea behind this queen f3 long time ago. Yes, but he thinks that this was quite like decisive mistake here, because he says that white doesn't have real threats, real chances on the king side, and black will have a much better and much faster game on the queen side here. So a6 strong move here. And he says at in the end that rook c1 he thinks was good move, and then castle. This is, I don't like rook c1. It's not natural. I guess bishop a4 was much more natural move. Protect with bishop. Also a6 is not tempo anymore, and then castle, I guess. But okay, long castle was played here. a6 good move, attacking the bishop. Ask what white wants here. So he wants to eliminate this bishop, and then this knight can jump here. Now his opponent played bishop d3. Probably after bishop 6, knight, we don't take with knight to give this pawn or this bishop, of course, but we take with pawn. Also open this file for attack. But maybe actually this was positioning good decision for white. Eliminate this, and now play knight a4. I would play like this, I guess, at least in blitz, and try to take this square under control here. But of course, why black has some chances here. Bishop e4, maybe because queen g3, knight f5, probably queen h3 is a move here, and it's still not so clear why long castle was decisive mistake. Maybe connected with later play by white. So bishop d3 probably is a bad move because white is wasting too much time. So we take here. cd leads to control of c5 square, c4 square, but this will be chronicle weakness here. Yes, then we can bring bishop here, queen d7, bring knight to e6, protect the pawn on d5 with c6 pawn, and this will be our headage forever here. So queen d3, of course, played by uh, Speyer, and knight a5. This was Alechin's idea. So he wants to penetrate to c4 very unpleasantly. a3 was played by opponent, and he using the time opportunity to exchange this bishop, because now a3 bishop d6 is not good for black because of knight d5, and this takes to a5. But I'm not sure. Maybe b3 was a brave move here. Maybe it's not so. Or even play king b1 here, which looks more safe. Knight c4 and the bishop c1. And I don't think that here is something, any real attack by black, actually. So, I mean, black has more simple game, of course. They will play b5, a5, and so on, but uh, was very interesting. So a3 was played here. John Twitch, should white play b3, preventing knight c4, you mean, probably, yeah? Yeah, b3 is preventing direct knight c4, but in future we have the ideas like b5 here, the knight c4, and after bc we take bc, then check on h3, rook b8, or queen b8 and give mate on b2. So who knows? Phoenix 25, thank you for following, welcome. Привет, Иванов. Потом можно обсудить, да. That's why a3 was played here, forcing bishop c3. After bishop c3 was played by Sper. Knight c4. Now b3 not possible. This is hanging, and probably he wants to just assault here. Knight also can support from c6. Yeah, I'm not playing. This is not my play, not my game. So of course you can suggest. Um, Rook d e1 was played in this position. A quite strange move. Knight c6 by Alekhine. So black's game is much more logical than white's. White's just playing without any sense, just wasting time, and he's developing quick attack here. And he said that black already has strategically winning game. Yeah, at least after you're right, Mantikatasi, that he should at least start something here, but it was too far already. Yeah, knight 6 b5 a5. Black is visibly faster because they have much more pieces here, and also bishop on the way to tempo. Yeah, for example, imagine he would play this, we play this, he will play, I don't know, this, we play this, you play this, and we have a5. So g5 not possible, just take. Also, even if it would be possible, I will go b4 with tempo and destroy the position. So everything go wrong for white. Also, this move completely useless. I don't understand idea behind this move at all. So knight c6. Uh, but he says that even stronger was to play a5 here, and then b5 and b4 without knight c6 move. But he plays knight c6, knight f4, queen d6, wasting time. Because after e5, now queen f3 would be very unpleasant move. This was Owen's idea. Yeah, attack this pawn. Yeah. Thank you for following. T chess lovers. Artur Chess, привет, hello. Yeah, that's why he played queen d6 to support it with rook here or here probably. Also attacking knight. Queen f3 was played, defend and attack same time. Rook a d8. That's why a5 b5 previously was better than knight 6 because knight from e7 was supporting pawn, and also not waste time on this move because a5 b5 b4 don't need any more support because ab the open this5 would lead to the mating threats. Yeah, so we see that Alekhine is also too slow. So when he was young, like 17, 18 years old, he didn't play too strong, of course. And the point was that rook f d8 also looks very natural here with idea to keep rook on this file and also open it. But unfortunately, knight d5 would be a cold shower here because queen d5 leads to this very unpleasant check, distract rook and takes the queen, and white is winning here. Yeah, that's why he plays rook a d8, controlling knight d3 and a5 finally. Yeah, it's better late than never. Hello, chess with Kevin. Welcome. Thank you for following, guys. So after a5, queen f4 was played. So opponent desperately tries to exchange the queens to reduce the black's attack. Queen f4 was played because queen d7, probably knight c5. I'm not sure that Alekhine actually should go to endgame. Maybe let's find something more active here. He can what he can do. For example, queen d7. What white will play? Knight c5 and the queen c8. Calmly I play. Keep the queen on the board. And b6 I will kick out this knight with next move. And b5, b4 is coming. Maybe queen d7 was considerable here. Why to exchange? Because white doesn't have any chances here. This knight is so good here, controlling penetration and also attacking this square here. So I don't know. Queen d7 probably was a good move. Hello, Ginger James says DVD. Okay, Queen f4. Queen f4 check was played in this position. So actually, Alekhine says that after queen d7, white could start some attack on the king side, which I actually do not agree. h4 and rook h3, it is too much, and also not direct threats, right? With one move, some defensive move, we will easily parry this. I'm sure that black is much faster. For example, b5 here, rook h3 is then b4. I mean, come on. I cannot believe that white can survive here. Yes, a b, knight b4, I don't know, rook a8, for example, or first take, then rook a8. So I absolutely not agree with Alekhine with this comment. I think queen d7 was a good move here. But instead he took on f4, knight f4, and played b5. So both opponents are playing far away from ideal, of course, especially white. So b5, knight d3. And the point that b5 contention is still strong, despite that queens are not on the board, because b3 is not possible. This hangs, b4 is a very unpleasant threat here. And after bishop will be kicked out, this pawn is weak. So knight d3 is almost forced to protect this pawn, this square, I mean. But rook b8 here, still b4 is coming. Knight e5 played by opponent. And he says there is not another way to save this pawn, because b4 is a threat. Is it real? Is it really like that? Let us think a little bit. For example, this position was, yes. What white could do here? What about sacrifice this pawn actually? b3, knight s3, then bishop b2, attacking knight. Then b4 is forced, then we exchange it. And then play c3, supporting like this. Then I want to play king c2, rook a1. Was it possible or not? Not after e4, I play b4. So I think white has enough position here. And it shows that white, instead of rook d1, at least he should play rook he1 earlier, and these rooks would be much stronger here. And also c3 would not waste time, but I think white is absolutely okay here, because this pawn will fall down with this idea, or king c2, rook a1, rook cannot move because of this. I think this was a good idea. Instead of knight d3, slow move, play b3. And maybe instead of knight e3, actually b4 is but b4 leads to bc and knight d5 and knight c3. No, b4 it doesn't work. So knight e3 is forced, bishop b2, this forced. This kind of forced. Yeah, this position is okay for white, I'm sure. I guess white is okay. So probably knight a7, knight b5 is the only idea here. This is a move actually. King c2, then knight b5. And then c6 support this pawn, then rook e8 probably. But still, white has some chances here. Yeah, knight d3. Also, rook can be activated here. Then we take this e file. Okay, these two compared to the game was much better in my opinion. Let's say like that. But he played knight d3 after b5 and the rook b8. Now, unfortunately, this probably doesn't work because first of all we have b4, bc, dc attacking both pieces. One, another idea that after this we don't have this c3 useful because this hangs. So we and this pawn is unfortunately fall down. Yeah, knight c5. We have move actually with idea c3 because at knight d4 we have this fork here. But smells like very suspiciously. This all smells very suspicious for white anymore. Maybe some a4 idea actually here. If distract knight, then we take this pawn. If ba, then we maybe penetrate here. E2 is an option here. I don't know. Still, it was considerable, yes, this idea, knight c5, to somehow distract black's attention. Thank you for following. But knight e5 was played by whole game. Spare plays quite passively. Knight e5 was played, de, and of course c5 strong move here by Alekhine. Finally, control these squares. D4, b4 is coming, and it was much more weaker to play b4 because ab, bishop d4 here, control here, and then b3 is coming after rook a8, and all suddenly we kick out this knight, also control this square. If you play c5, then take rook a8, then probably we simply play king d1 here and escape here. Yeah, this is not convincing for black. That's why he played c5, which is much stronger move. And b3 was played. Finally, the opponent finds the right idea, but it's too late. And Alekhine says this was really only defense in this position. Probably we have to agree this time because really we don't see anything better here. So after b3, he played d4 strong move here. And he thinks that this is a winning move. Um, because this pawn will become very strong on c3. For example, spare took on c4. In case of bishop b2 would be knight b6 strong move, and the next move will be a4 here. Destroys the structure. Put knight on d5 here. Still, white should play, I guess, like that. But he take on c4, dc. Now this pawn is very strong. And rook e3, he says that it's necessary move because after cp rook b5, this move is useless. True of rook f b8 with mate idea, or after rook c3, we kill this rook on h1, wins the game. Yeah, probably we have to agree, right? We don't have any good defense against it. Or maybe it only looks like that. King d1, then rook d8, rook d2. Yeah. That's why instead of take, he plays rook e3 here, attacking this pawn, hoping for bad move bc, then rook c3 of course. But Alekhine plays b4, and look at this pawn. Look at this so strong pawn. This is I don't know. This is so strong. And a4. Desperately try to close the king queen side. Maybe bring this king here. Rook b d8 was played by Alekhine. And he says that now white cannot prevent for black to capture this important d file. For example, his opponent played rook e1, and in case of rook d1, there would be a very unpleasant variation. Take, check on d8 here. And after rook d3, otherwise rook penetrates. Then we exchange on uh, d3, cd, and g5, very important move, not allows this f4 idea. So g5 controlling this square, isolating this pawn, yes? After g3 we'll fix it. So white will probably need to play h3, then h5. h3 is either g3 f4, but h5 still is either g4 after g3, and after g3 because f3 leads to h4, fixing this pawn. So g3, then g4, yeah. And then this king simply goes to after this pawn, and these pawns are so strong. d4 not possible because of cd, and king easily stops. Yeah, this is totally winning. That's why Spare played rook e1 with some hopes maybe play e6 or push f5 and somehow have this passer, but rook d4 attacking this pawn. Rook e4 protecting. Yeah, g5 was cool, and rook e4 he took. rook e4, and rook d4, d8 with either rook d2, obviously. e6 was played. Because after rook e2 protecting, then rook d4, then we take it, king comes, and with pawn up we will win because we will eliminate these pawns and go back, and then c4 b3 in future, and these two pawns will kill white king in the end. So e6, that's why he played, try to complicate matters, but we eliminate this pawn, rook e6, and rook d2. Now very strong threat after rook f2 with mating idea, or take all pawns here, and rook c6 was played. And now is rest the question of technique. King b1, otherwise mate, was played. Too late again. It's too late to come here. So check. We even don't take this pawn because white has some chances. But rook f1, we go after this pawn. King a2, and then rook c1. We see that after king b3, there will be rook a1, rook a3. We don't even take it. We make very cute mate on corner of the board. That's why after rook c1, he take, but after rook c2, we see that this is a monsters here. King b1, rook b2 check, king c1, then rook g2, b3 is a threat, rook b5 only move. But now king participates in the game. Of course, the idea not to go to d3, but to control this pawn, so to be in the quadrant. So king f7, c5, king e6 was played, c6, king d6, and he played c7. It's already desperation. After rook c5, we even don't take, probably just simply block it after this. So he played c7. This is like desperation, and he played c7 to have after rook a5, b3, this check here and eliminate this pawn. But of course, Alekhine plays king c6 here, rook b5. No, 1 second. He plays rook h2. Of course, he takes this pawn. And after rook b5, he simply protects this pawn like this. And now these pawns will decide the game here. After a5, he played king c6, rook b6. No, rook after rook b6 will be king c5. So he played rook b8 with idea push this pawn. But this is too late. This king protects pawn, and now this rook will stop this pawn. After a6, rook a2, rook he just give useless checks here, and after king c4, he should simply resign because this pawn will not go anywhere. After this, we can play king b3 and just give mate or promote. Yeah, this was the game with many mistakes, but still has historical interest, of course. Okay, why not? Let's see this game. Thank you for following us. He played against the same tournament in Hamburg, John Twitch. I will need your support because I don't have any idea how to write this guy. So white is Alekhine and F maybe Frank. I'm not sure. Frank. 1 second, I will write. By Russian, it's written like Yats. Maybe it was like that. I'm not sure. Maybe like this. And first name is F. F Yats. I don't know. Maybe Frank. Can you Google? The same year, 1910 in Hamburg, same tournament, like previous game. Yats in this tournament was 18 players played, and Yats took number 17 position. Alekhine took number 7 position. First was Karl Schlechter, second was Turas, then third Nimzovich, fourth was Spielmann, fifth was Frank Marshall, number 6 was Teichmann, and number 8 Dus Khotimirsky, then Zygmunt Tarsh, number 9, and so on. So quite a strong players. Fred, his Fred Yats. Okay, thank you. So like this probably, yeah? Yates. Ah, no, 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 no. Not like this, definitely not like this. Yeah, Yates. Like this. Okay, thank you. Thank you for following, Santiago Rosas. So let's see. D4 was played by Alekhine. We see that he was playing E4, D4. So D5. Yes, in Russia it's pronounced like Yats. I don't know. They wrote it like Ya. Maybe Yates. Yeah. Okay. C4, E6 was played. It's a decline Queen's Gambit. It calls, of course. We know that accepted is TC. So E6, Knight C3, Knight F6, or we can just call it classical Queen's Gambit. Bishop G5, Bishop E7, Knight F3. E3 is also move, of course. Knight D7, E3, Castle, Queen C2. Here's a different kind of moves, yes, like Rook C1, A3 is also possible. But Queen C2 is either put Rook here, or even sometimes make long castle. Depends if you are in aggressive mood or not. Yeah, Alekhine says that this Queen's move on C2 with connection with long castle, uh, it was a fashion for that years, like 19 from 1907 till 1911. Uh, but then in Carlsbad 1911, Teichmann against Rotlevi, he found some weaknesses of this line, and then it was not any popular. Alekhine says that this is not a bad idea actually, but after the best black's move c5, not to play long castle, but simply play rook on d1. With this was idea, yeah. So b6 was played by Yates. And now he says that long castle probably again after this move is good. Yeah, yeah, because black sometimes had after c5 long castle, he had very important squares b6 and a5 to place for queen, queens and some another pieces maybe knight. But after b6 he will not have it. But Alekhine takes on d5, ed, because knight d5 it's a mistake here. Do knight d5, attacking here. Bishop g5 is a bet we just take. So after ed we take here and queen c7 and lose this pawn. That's why ed immediately is forced. Bishop d3, aiming this pawn, and after bishop b7, h4 strong move. So we see that Alekhine likes this kind of move h4. He also has this his opening in French. You remember, yes, in French also he has h4. Call it Alekhine variation. So he's preparing a long castle and supporting this bishop to avoid this knight e4 idea. Yeah, for example, on this it was possible knight e4 because after knight e4, d, bishop e4, bishop e4, white actually in trouble because queen e4 leads to piece losing, bishop e7 after queen e7 just also piece. So that's why white is simply protect this bishop, and knight e4 is not possible. We take everything on e4. So it's always very important to control this square in this kind of positions. c5 was played by yeah, it's long castle. After h4, it's like you are emphasize yourself to play normally long castle, but nothing wrong because black's contraplay is too slow. cd was played after c4 with either bishop a5 and a6 with either b5. Then would be e4 very unpleasant here, and open up position in the center, which always leads to very sharp positions. And white is much better prepared for these actions. Also, maybe knight d5 was quite interesting move here because idea after b5 we take knight d7, knight d7, then this is attacked, and then f4, g4, and we see that white is very much ahead by time. That's why cd was played in this position. Knight d4 was played by Alekhine, and he played it knight d4, and but he says that ed also was good here, keeping close position and controlling this knight to jump to e5 or c5. After rook c8, probably he would play king b1, then bishop f5 with a pin here. But he wanted to play something like after this move. In case of knight c5, he wanted to play bishop f6 and king b1 here. For example, bishop f6. Now this is hangs. Knight d3, queen d3, then king b1, and he wanted to play against this pawn, which is also quite interesting, by the way. But what his opponent played here? He played rook f e8 in this position. Maybe he wanted to play knight f8 and protect this pawn. Also, he opened this square for bishop, for example, at knight f5, with either take this strong bishop, simply bishop f8. This was the black's idea, probably. But he plays king b1, prophylaxis against rook c8 and these b5, b4 ideas here. a6 played by Eds. He's dreaming about attack. g4. So Alekhine starting first, and now he says that his opponent played move after long calculations. He calculated long, but still it's not enough. So he played b5 here, and they underestimated the 20th move of white, and this is number 14th. So after six move variation, he underestimated one idea. But he says that even after knight f8, rook h, g1, b5, and knight d for f5, white would have a big advantage here because bishop will be eliminated. After b4, we can transfer this knight to d4 block, and this bishop is passive. All black pieces are very passive here, and there is no any attack on the queen side. But he played instantly in this position b5 with either b4, and bishop f6 was played strong move. Using that after bishop f6, this is hangs, so knight f6 is forced. And g5, this was the idea, attacking the knight. Now before leads to gf bc, unfortunately to piece losing. So knight e4, of course, was the idea. Knight e4, de, bishop e4, bishop e4. This was calculated by Eds, and bishop g5. This was he calculated. He thought that he's okay when he played b5. But here he underestimated very strong option by white, because after queen f3 he would want to play, but knight e6. This was a so Alekhine simply calculated deeper, or maybe he just trusted his intuition that should be something in this position. So queen is attacked here, and this was very unpleasant surprise for opponent. And queen e7 is like forced because queen f6 loses immediately after hg, queen e6, and this is hangs. So queen e7 should be played. hg and h6 was played here. And there is nothing better because after g6 here, not even queen h4, because fe and we protect. But rook h7 was very unpleasant strike here. And king h7 leads to immediate lose after queen h4 check. Then king g8, rook h1, and there is a mate because fe, queen h8, and rook h7 mate. And after rook h7, queen e6 would be only move, and queen h4 now. Rook h8 is a mating idea, and after queen e4, rook e4, then rook h1, and white is winning, or give mate in 2, or winning this rook here. That's why his opponent played in this position h6, try to close this file. But gh by Alekhine, queen e6, and queen d4. And he said that he wanted to exchange queens on e4 square. Oh, sorry, on e4 square, because after queen e6, rook on e6 plays it much stronger, because he can support king from here, also protect this pawn. So queen d4 forcing queen e4 after attacking this pawn. So queen e4 was played, queen e4, rook e4, hg, king g7. So white has a pawn up, and also better prospects because the queen side pawns are weak here. And also they have a tempo, a move here, which is very important. But he says that still it was some technical issues in this rook and games because we know that rook and games are very, very tricky. Rook g1 check was played by Alekhine. Of course, king f8 leads to rook h8 immediately wins, so king f6 is the only move. For example, if rook would be on e6, he would have rook g6 move now. So king f6, um, rook h6 check, king e7, rook c1, rook a7. Yeah, first thing what you usually have to ask yourself in such a probably endgame, if white needs to exchange one pair of rook or not. And same question black has to ask themselves. Thank you for following. Because uh, I guess, in my opinion, if we trade especially this active rook to this one, then this rook is more active as this, then we go with king to the center and create easily some passer of our e file and then win. So probably black has more chances with two rooks on the board, in my opinion. Let's see what happened in the game. Rook c1, c6 was played. These very concrete positions. That's why it's hard to think like that. We see that this pawn attack, rook e6, not possible, yes, because we take not with this rook, but with this rook, and then we give check and take this rook. So we see that black rook on e4 is so badly placed that it doesn't support uh, pawns or creates any chances here. So he played a5. Probably rook g4 would be so slow. Yes, we take, and after rook, let's say rook g2 here, we play rook b6, or after rook g1, I guess king c2, rook g2, rook b6, rook f2, king c3. Still would be a very, very bad in game for black because this hangs. After rook f5, we play king b4 and then take these two connected pawns easily win this game. That's why a5 was played, only move by Yates to he need to at least save this pawn, but we see that he's losing too much time. Rook a6 was played, yeah. So Alekhine decided to eliminate one rook, so he exchanged with tempo, by the way, which is very important. A4 and rook b6. He doesn't give any hope for black. We see, he don't give him chance to breathe normally. All the time push, pressure, pressure, every move. So rook e5, logical continuation. This rook looks much stronger here than on e4, which where it was limited by this pawn. So now he has these squares, these squares. But finally, king goes to the game. Rook c5, king d3. White is combining. They play against these pawns and also creating passer here. So probably objective position should be winning here. King d7 was played. In case of rook d5 check, there would be king e4 move. After rook d2, of course, rook b5, and after rook c5, there will be king d4 with winning position. After rook c4, king d5, and then win this. Or if we go, then f4, e4, e4, f4, and so on. That's why he played king d7. Probably he wants to kick away this rook from this annoying position. But then this pawn will become weak. A3 played by Alekhine, useful move, fixing this pawn. Once rook will leave this square, it cannot move. Also, in future, when king moves, sometimes rook can penetrate to the second rank and take with b2 with attacking this another pawn. So it's very useful move. Also waiting for the black's next move. Rook f5 was played. We decided to play king c7 because directly there will be this move. For example, king 7, I guess rook f6, only check would be here. Then king c3, rook d7, then king b4, we eliminate this pawn. Or this. That's why he played rook f5, attacking this pawn, and now king c7 is coming. But black is losing too much time. f4, natural move. King c7 was played. Rook h6 looks like the best square, not on a6. Also not allow this contra play from here. Squeezing a rook. Rook d5 check. What else? King c3 and f5 was played. And this was the only last hope to stop this pawn, yeah, because it just goes e4, e5 and just killing. So he played f5, but after that, rook e6 strong move here. Unfortunately for black, this rook comes to e5. We see that technically in the age of 18, he was playing quite well. And this was the most interesting uh, position of the end game. Um, because from first sight, rook e5 is not possible, because after rook e5, fe, king e7, white cannot do anything. After king d4, there's a king e6 and zugzwang. And after king b4, they eliminate here, then go and this pawn falls. But still, rook e5, strong move. Black has to exchange because rook d6 leads to this. After king d6, we simply exchange. They play king d3, zugzwang, then e4, and this will winning. So only move rook e5, fe, king e7, and king d3 strong move. Yes, of course. King e6 simply loses after king d4 and mutual position of zugzwang. King d7 only move, and e4. This was his idea. Again, black cannot exchange because of king d4. This pawn is winning. Only move is f4 because king e6 after ef, king e5. We simply go after these two pawns and winning. So only move is f4, but king e2, and it's forcing king e6 move because king e7 we simply take it. So king e6, and of course not king f3 because king e5 only, and suddenly black is winning. There's a tragical comedy would be of this game, but king f2, and this move is giving uh, uh, no choice for black. Then take this, and after king f3 is a zugzwang, and after king f2 they resign. Let's calculate what would happen after king d4 here. We would take king c4, we go e5, king b3, we go e6. After king b2, we go e7. And no matter you play b4 or king a3, we're just too far away. Yeah, this was a classic game. Okay, let's see the next game. All games are interesting in this book. So next game will be played in tournament um, in Carlsbad, the international tournament in Carlsbad, 1911. So here he's 19 years old. Thank you for following. And black pieces are Milan Vidmar. Probably it's not so hard to write it, I guess, for me. So Milan Vidmar, probably like this, right? Right? John Twitch, please, can you Google? I want to avoid some stupid mistakes. And it was, and Carlsbad, I guess it's written like this. Carlsbad 1911. I guess like that. Correct me is if it's right. Milan Bidmar, yes. All right. Thank you. Gani Dormani, hello. So e4 was played by Alekhine, e5 by Widman, knight f3, knight c6. Bishop b5 is the Spanish or Ray Lopez, how they call. Bishop c4 leads to Italian, and knight c3, knight f6. This is a four knights opening. The name because of these four knights, obviously. Bishop b5, bishop b4, castle, castle, and he took on c6 here. And Widmar take on with b pawn. And Alekhine says that DC is the best move here. And white can play knight e5, rook e8, attacking the knight, knight d3, bishop c3, knight dc, knight e4, then queen f3 here. With easy draw, he says. Or with a moves like d3, then knight e2, knight g3, h3, knight h2, then f4 to continue to play for a win. So Widmar took with b pawn here. Knight took on e5. Queen d e8 played by Widmar. Obviously not d6 or d5 because this is hanging. And in case of rook f8, he says that he wanted to play d4, and he thinks that this position after queen f3 is more preferable for white. The reason probably because it's conquered position, knight and pawn is attacked. After knight f6, very unpleasant pin. Also, d pawn is not moves because of this pawn. What would be good continuation for black here? This is a question. Knight d6 maybe with either f6 and kick away this knight from central square. But still, white's position more preferable probably. But okay, queen e8. Maybe he should play actually this type Widmar. Knight g4 he played. And he says that he was a good theoretician, we know, like Karl Schlechter, for example, in that period. So he says that knight d3 has a good reputation after bishop c3 dc, queen e4, because knight e4 leads to very unpleasant pin and then f3. So queen e4, and then rook e1, queen h4, then queen f3 here, and bishop f4. This known like a best continuation for white here. And he says that he doubted white would achieve more than draw after this. Yeah, and he says that this exchange variation of four knights opening, it's quite harmless in general. So he played knight g4. He wants to go for some new territory. So knight e4 played by Widmer. And he says that knight g4 would lead to the drawish position after queen g4 and then a d5 attacking pawn and attacking the queen with tempo. And in case of queen h4, then bishop c3 here, bc, with idea bishop a3 threat, right? D is a bishop a3 is winning this f8 rook, but queen would take on e4, queen e4, and then d, and would be probably draw. He says, yeah, using that this pawn is under attack. Yeah, the Whistler, hello. No, it's not my dog, it's outside. Uh, what happened in the game? He took on e4 here. And all suddenly, here, what happened? What do you think, guys? I give you 2 minutes. And thank you for following. Sai Krishna, 1729. Hello, Shukriya, Sai Krishna. Welcome. It's it's funny. I even did not finish my words, and only Sky immediately give answer, right? I mean, genius. You think you are a genius, police guy, or what? Rookie one, you give me like if I told 2 3 minutes and you give me in 2 seconds. Sometimes I'm surprised with this. I'm sure that Alekhine was thinking here probably at least, I don't know, 10 15 minutes. Knight h6 was strong move by Alekhine, and he says that after this move, white achieves the advantage. Look at this surprising check on h6 here. And now probably the best move would be gh here. Widmar played king h8. And after gh, he was going to play queen g4 check, attacking this knight. We see the structure is very bad, even endgame will be very dubious. And after king h8, because knight g5, very unpleasant, queen b4, of course, here. After king h8, he was going to play queen e4 here. And in case of bishop c3, queen e8, rook e8, dc, this is not equal. Of course, this is a pawn is weak. Look at the structure. I mean, this would be endless suffering here for black. And after queen e4, knight e4, let's say bishop e7, then d3, and some moves. Still, white has a better endgame because of almost all pawns, black pawns are weak here. So that's why probably Widmar didn't want to suffer like that. He plays king h8, rook e1 here. And that was the idea that because in move before rook e1 was bad to have d5, and the point that we cannot attack this knight, yes, and also this is attacked. For example, d3 leads to knight c3 here, b6 and bishop g4, and this is attacked. That's why knight h6 was strong move. King h8, then rook e1, d5, and now d3 here. Queen e5 he played. And the point that knight c3, bc, this no more bishop g4, and bishop e7 would lead to very unpleasant move queen h5 here. And after bishop e6, even f4 is possible with idea f5. Yeah, interesting. Maybe not the best by white, but very interesting. Maybe bishop a3 actually is also option here with very pleasant position. Bishop e6 and exchange, the knight goes back to d4 probably. After gh, probably a different idea. Say queen e5, queen e7 is a huge advantage, or maybe even bishop h6 here. This is also a very interesting move. How to defend, because bishop e6 leads to check, and then we take on e6. Yeah, this is just crushes here, and then queen e5 is the next check. This is also all right. So Widmer after d3 played what he played. 1 second. He played queen e5 here. This position, a strange move a little bit. Ah, he wanted to play after d4. This was his idea. He uses that this knight pinned, and also this is under attack. A3 was played, attacking the bishop. DC was played by Widmar, and after DC, AB, CB. This was his hope, attacking this rook, attacking this bishop. And knight f7 check here. And actually, he says that also was good to play rook b1 in this position, because bc queen leads to knight f7 check. Using that rook f7, it's a mate here after queen d8, and after king g8, knight e5. The endgame will be much better for white after queen d1, because say first of all has pawn up, stronger knight than this bishop, and also pawns are weak. And in case of rook b1, for example, if Widmar would play here uh, queen e6, and then rook b2 would be moved, gh, and then rook b3, and probably black will lose this pawn also, with a huge attack. Yeah, rook h3 is coming, rook g3, and bishop b2. Look at these pawns, they're like little islands, like real islands maybe. And so what happened here? After ab, cb, knight f7 immediately by Alekhine in this position. King g8 was played. Of course, rook f7 leads to mate, right? So king g8 was played here, and rook b1 strong move. Of course, not knight e5, because of black would take a rook and promote. And with this move, white will have material advantage. Obviously, bc1, knight e5, queen f4, knight d3 is just hopeless position for black, pawn down and just completely lost. And they doesn't have better options than go to different color bishop game. But white will have much stronger bishop and also pawn up. So rook f7 only move, bishop b2 with temp, queen g5, and queen d3 not allows this bishop h3 idea here. Maybe rook e3 also was possible. Okay, queen d3, bishop e6, and bishop d4 he played, fixing these weaknesses here, this square. And also he wants to play rook a1, just grab this pawn. Rook d8 he played, queen e3. Obviously, white don't need to don't need to uh, don't need to afraid go to end game because they have pawn up. Also, potentially they can create two connected passers in the future because here is a four pawns against two, and this count these pawns will not count like any chances for black. That's why he plays queen b5 in this position. Only chance for black is try to do something with queens on the board. So bishop a7, two pawns up. Position is hopeless for black. Queen a4, c3, not giving pawn, very greedy, and also bishop d4 will have very strong supporter here. Bishop c4 and bishop d4 here. So it's no way to hurry in this position. Rook a8, queen d2, h6, h3, queen b5 was played. Yeah, his idea was to play queen b1 and rook e1 here. Queen b2, I mean. And he played this. And okay, actually, rest is not interesting. Yeah, he just totally outplayed Widmar. Yeah, this was how he won against Widmar, and they still played some moves, but it's not doesn't have any interesting anymore. Let me find some interesting game here. Okay, let's see how he quickly won in the same tournament in Carlsbad against Hayes. Let's see. I don't have again. I don't have any idea how to write it. I hope John Twitch will help me. So the same 1911 year Carlsbad or Hayes. Maybe like this. Maybe like this. Looks like logical for me. John Twitch, if you are here, please Google. So Alekhine is white. He plays c4 here. This is an English variation. And okay, the normal moves like e5, c5, or no c6. But look what Hayes plays. He plays e6 here, and after e4 he plays c5. And Alekhine says it much more simple was played d5, of course, here. So c5 was played. Oscar Hayes. Yeah, why Chayes by Russians? They are Hayes. I don't know. All right, I will write it like you give me. Chay. I would never guess that Hayes became Chayes. Cha, like this. Oh, right. No, in Russia it's Hillary, not Hillary, of course. Hillary Clinton in Russia. So knight c3 was played, knight c6, knight f3, and g6. Looking says that in this tournament he played against Leonard this position, and Leonard played knight d4, and Alekhine gives exclamation mark to this move. Okay, so g6 and now d4. Yeah, obviously knight d4 is the idea not allows this d4 move. And now d4, and uh, it's obvious that something went wrong for black because they play mix of, I don't know, Marozzi, Paulsen, this is not recommended here because black squares became so weak and also they're wasting too much time. Bishop g7 was played and knight b5 immediately used this weakness. And this is circumstances of forced black move, g6, and bishop e5 was played here by S to protect this d6 square. So bishop e5 and f4 was played here by Alekhine strong move. And after bishop b8, he wanted to play c5 here, completely uh, squeeze white's black's position. Yeah, after b6, maybe knight 6, bishop d6, cd then. So after f4, uh, he played h6 here. But unfortunately, they're much way behind of development here. Also, black squares are so weak. Look at this. And bishop f4 plays Alekhine to protect this important pawn which controls these two squares. bc and bishop c4 here. And Alekhine says that white has a huge advantage because of the development. And also knight b5 is a threat we connected with castle. Okay, this was just bad game from black. Rook a5 was played here. He's paring knight b5 idea because he wants to take, then check, and take this bishop. But instead, Alekhine goes castle, sacrifice this pawn. And highest played b5 because knight e5 also was not good because of bishop e5, rook e5, and queen d6 here, strong move, attacking the rook here. And next move will be knight b5 penetrating here. Also, this queen controls this square. Yeah, this is a huge trouble for black. So after castle, he played b5 with a teeny hope that he will sacrifice here, give check, and take it. But what happened here? In this position, Alekhine plays b4, control strike over rook. And this is a precise sacrifice. And the point of this move will be 17th move. Now it was number 13. So after 4 moves, we will understand the idea. So check by highest, king h1, knight b4, only move, knight b5, rook b5. And it's clear that black doesn't have other moves. Yeah, if knight comes here, game is over. Also, this is weak. So rook b5 is only move. And after rook b5, bishop b5, queen b5 was played. And this was his idea, rook b1 here, pin. And this is a decisive pin here because um, black cannot avoid this pin anyhow because queen c5 will be rook c, any move c4 c1 leads to rook c1 and they will take here. And no, actually queen c5 leads to rook c1 because queen c4 rook c1 we have this queen a6, but this leads to queen a4, another problem here. Thank you for following, Furious. And now it's a pin, we see. So in case of queen a5, then will be bishop d2 pinning from here. And the threat is a3, by the way, or any move like queen d6. Bishop a6 played by Hayes is take I to this rook. Queen d6 was played by Alekhine. And he played not because to take here, because queen b4 leads to bishop f1, but to not let black develop this knight here. Because knight e7 now leads to forced win after queen b4, rook b4, bishop f1, and this check here, and win this rook and knight. So black is absolutely hopeless. f6 was played, at least to have this square for king, but rook c1 here. And now rook b4 is a threat, of course. Queen d3 was played, rook b4, and after a few moves, Hayes resigned here. He won this game in 24 moves. Okay. Okay, let's move to another tournament. It was played in 1912, so 1 year later, he was 20 years old. Uh, so the players was 11 players, and Alyokhin took first place here with 18 and a half points. He lost only one game against number 8, Friedlisius, some guy with name Friedlisius. And second was Kon. Number third was Marco. Then was Holland. Number 4. Number 5 was Spielmann, and so on. Okay, let me choose some game from this. Okay, first game actually interesting against Marco. It was played 1 second. It was played in 1912 in Stockholm, in the capital of Sweden. So I guess Marco is Marco, right? G Marco, like this, and 12 Stockholm. I guess Stockholm, maybe like this. Stockholm, like this. I'm not sure. That Stockholm is like this, maybe. It will be Fyodor. Stockholm. I missed K. Like this. Yeah, Stockholm. George Marco. It's C instead of K. Okay. Thank you, John Twitch. Let's go. So E4 was played by Alyokhin. Alyokhin is white, of course. Uh, 1 second, did I write it correct? Alyokhin? Marco, yeah. So E5, knight F3, D6, D4, knight F6. So this is not recommended who likes to play Fyodor, because me myself, for example, I play D6, D4, then knight F6 using this tempo, knight C3, then E5. This half heavy. You have to transpose to Fyodor if you want to play, because this what Marco played. This leads to very unpleasant positions after uh, knight F6 instead of knight C3. What played Alyokhin, D is very unpleasant move here. And after knight e4, queen d4, I guess, if I remember, or maybe queen d5. I forget now theory. Maybe queen d4, unpleasant move, then ed, and leads to very, very unpleasant situation. That's why it's not recommended much. But knight c3 was played by. Uh, I've never been in Stockholm. I was in many cities of Sweden, but never in Stockholm, unfortunately. Knight d7 was played. This is a Fyodor position, and this was a favorite opening of Marco. And also Alyokhin was playing by black. Bishop c4, the most main line. In blitz, I recommend you to uh, uh, blitz like bullet or 3 minutes blitz. G4 is very sharp lines, leads to very sharp lines. I recommend you to find out that line. Bishop c4. I think there was some the famous victory, I guess, of Shirov against someone. I don't remember now exactly, but maybe you can find it. So bishop c4, bishop e7. Obviously, knight g5 is a threat. And now bishop f7, king f7, knight g5, king g8. This leads to good position for black. And also, if uh, white will play like this, also it has a good reputation for black, this line. So usually white is avoiding this line, like um, Alyokhin played castle and castle, this position. So queen e2. The main line is rook e1 here, natural continuation. Then white play 4, hide this bishop here, then h3, and slowly continue play. But queen e2 is also line to put rook here. Sometimes they plays an a4, bishop a2, the queen can jump on c4 when rook leaves and attack this pawn. Also idea. c6 was played by Marco, and a4, stopping b5. It's like necessary move. h6 was played. Of course, this against knight g5 or bishop g5 in future. Bishop b3 was played by Alekhine because he wanted to play bishop e3 and did not want to calculate continuation of like this. That's why he goes with bishop on b3. And normally bishop goes to a2 in these lines to avoid even ideas like ed, the knight c5 with tempo to bishop. So bishop b3. Yeah, and he said maybe it was better to go bishop a2 here. So bishop b3, queen c7, h3 was played to against knight g4 move after bishop e3. And here the ideas like rook e8, knight f8, I think maybe not works because of queen c4, very unpleasant move here. And he played king h7. And he says that black is already in troubles here, and they are making a very unhealthy plan. And he says probably was best to play b6 and bishop b7 here, and then rook d8. But he plays king h7, protect this pawn. And thank you for following, by the way. Bishop e3 and g6. This was his idea. Rook d1 and king g7. But first of all, it took too much time, and second, its only weakness, king residence here. This is this artificial maneuvers was made to bring this rook in the game, but they cannot do it. Because white will develop now a very fast attack on the king side. So knight h2, strong move, aiming g4 square, open this f file for the pawn. Knight g8 by Marco. Because knight h5 he declined to play because of queen d2 attacking this pawn, and next move will be g4 in this position of the rook h8, or maybe even knight g4. So he played knight g8 to protect here. f4 logical continuation. We see that white pieces are fully mobilized, and this rook is out of game. Bishop is passive. Pieces are very passive. Jaxor, how are you doing? Hello. Thank you. Appreciate, man. Everybody thanks to Jaxor 16, 2016. Thank you for compliment, by the way. Thank you for support, guys. f6. Look at this, how artificially plays Marco. This is absolutely not recommended to play like that, of course. This is not like I play the Philidor. This is a nightmares for Philidor probably. And in this position, queen g4 played by Alekhine, pinning the king. Also f5 is the idea. Another idea, maybe bring this knight to h4, attacking here, also here. And Alekhine is not afraid jumps to c5 because of f5 attacking pawn, and also this will be attacked. And he thinks that this is the best, strongest continuation of the attack, because f5 was tempting move, but it was not so good. After et, bishop d4, knight e5 here. And after bishop e5, f3, queen g4, there would be bishop g5 move. Then knight f6, and black is alive. And after the move in the game, black doesn't have better than anything better than sacrifice this pawn to exchange this knight to the bishop. So how it happens? Ed was played because once again after knight c5 will be f5, then queen g6 is destroyed. So he plays ed here. First eliminate this. But why he did not do it immediately knight c5? Actually, if he wanted to sacrifice, why to take it and give more space? So f5, knight b3 maybe he should play. He distract this bishop, I understand. Check, and then bishop h6 was here. Knight h6 with 2 pawns, and also rook can join. So he distract this bishop with this move, distract here, and then he played knight c5, f5, and knight b3 here. And the point was at g5. The knight is completely dead here, and white will exchange on c5 and penetrate to this g6 square. Reminds me one famous game of Karpov when he completely squeezed in Ray Lopez uh, black pieces and penetrate slowly on this queen side, king side on light squares. So knight g4 is coming, queen g6, totally lost. That's why he played knight b3. This bishop is a monster. Queen g6, king h8, and now we see that that's why he took ed, that no more bishop h6 idea here, but after cb, obviously, white has a huge advantage. Pawn up and also initiative. Bishop d7, the first trap from black. In case of natural knight g4, black is winning after bishop e8, the queen, and the game. Karpov and Seeker, maybe, yeah? Yeah, Karpov and Seeker, probably, yeah. Andrei, hello, how are you doing, man? Everybody, say hello to Makovey Andrei in our chat. Thank you, thank you. You are going to stream too? But queen g3 was played simply by Alekhine here. He wants to play knight g4. Also, maybe bishop c5 is actually idea. I just realized this is a pin, and I'm winning this pawn. Ah, you've been busy. Okay. Thank you for visit. Rook f7 was played by Marco. After bishop c5, what happens here? I don't see what was wrong against this move actually. How he defend this pawn? And here knight g4 was played by Alekhine with idea e5, and then after d he wants to take on e5, and after e3 bishop e5 check to king and to queen. But bishop c5 maybe it was possible because rook g7, then I take here. Queen b6, then I play queen f2. Game is over. 2 pawns up. But he probably wanted more than only 2 pawns. Queen d8 was played to avoid this e5 idea, and knight e2. Knight e2. So this knight will penetrate to g6 with a huge troubles for black. And this is actually decisive maneuver. So rook g7. This rook never enters to the game. Knight f4. Queen e8. Obviously, Marco wants to sacrifice his change on g6. But Alekhine plays queen h4 first. And after queen f7, he plays strong move d3 here. Not take an h6 even. More pieces come into the game. Yeah, instead of take a pawn, they are playing for mate. Thank you for following Spotlight. So, king h7, protecting the pawn. Knight g6 played by Alekhine here. And what to do in this position? Rook g6 was played by Marco. And he avoids combination. Uh, for example, if we play some random moves, let's say, I don't know, let's say c5, yes? He want to play rook f4, and after cd, he probably wanted to play knight h6 here, attacking queen. And after knight h6, queen h6, king h6, and check on h4, and give this mate. That would be actually a beautiful ending of this nice game by white. But Marco not allowed that. He eliminates knight here. Fg takes with queen, bishop f6. Pegasus. Pegasus from Sweden, probably. SWE is from Sweden, probably. Thank you for your support, man. Subscription for Pegasus. Appreciate. Confirm, because we are watching game from Stockholm tournament. From your homeland, I guess. What happened here? Bishop f6. Bishop f6 was played. Uh, no, 1 second. Bishop f6 probably loses after knight f6 or rook f6 even. So that's why Marco took on g4, but position is absolutely hopeless. We take on e7, of course not ag because bishop f6, but bishop e7 here. Rook a8 by inertia was played. Rook d6 attacking the queen. Queen g7 was played. So rook made one move in this game. And after bishop f6, knight f6, rook 1 f6, Marco finally resigned because bishop is on the attack. Once it retreats, check, and then we play rook g6, winning the queen, give mate or whatever. Game is over. Yeah, this was a cool game, clear game by white. Let's see another game from this tournament. All games are so cool. I mean, I cannot skip. I want to skip, but I cannot skip. Okay, white is Alekhine against Kon from the same tournament, from the Stockholm. Wakho, oh, Wakho Lakers. Wakho, yeah. I was in Wakho um, a year ago, right? It was a year ago, yes. And then it was tournament there. I think it was Waco, yeah. And then I met in bar. I met in bar as a coach of Waco Lakers, by the way. We speak a little bit. It was so cool. So let me change this to um, Con. Con is like this maybe. John Twitch, can you please find? Is a Stockholm tournament 1912. White is Alekhine versus Con. I'm not sure it's like this or like this. No, maybe like this. Sleepy Mario, hello, welcome. Con, maybe with H, right? Yeah, you're right. Probably it's like that, like this. Eric, Erich Con. Yes, yes. Thank you, John Twitch. Yes. So let's go. This is a very beautiful game, I think, I guess. So E4 by Lokin. So mostly in this period he played E4 and D4 probably. Knight F3, Knight C6. He was 20 years old. Uh, a D4, a Scotch opening, knight f6, and e5 all suddenly played by Alekhine here. In one of the stream I showed you, I guess, this idea. Girolamokas, thank you for following. Uh, of course, the main moves are knight c3, and in the still there is a still US championship is running, I guess, in running online US championship, or maybe it's not online. Yeah, they play online, of course. Uh, where 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 is Wesley Slow is leading, and second and third places are Ray Robson and Jeffrey Shong. I guess there was game between. I think Shong won against Ray Robson. By the way, this opening he took here, and after Bishop D3, D5. He played, I guess, castle here, or maybe queen e2 first, something like that. D and then queen e2 he played, and somehow uh, Ray did not had a good position. I guess it was like that. But in this position, of course, also knight c3 is the main move. This also here is a variations like this. We remember Karpov, Kasparov, and so on. But in this current game, I know he plays e5, which is not recommended. Yeah, he criticized this move by himself. Yeah, he says that black could force white to make a draw if they wanted, if they would accept this capture. Queen e7, knight f5, queen e6, knight d4, queen e7, like this. And I remember once in later years, Capablanca said about Alekhine that uh, like 20% of his games are based on bluffing. So maybe this kind of games he was watching. So we see that Alekhine, I'm sure he was bluffed here. Yeah, he said, "Let's try. If something, I will repeat and make draw." But also Schlechter shows later that in these positions, black can play for win after check, and after knight b c3 because c3 or bishop d2 leads to queen e4 here. Knight b6 played d6 here, with attacking this knight not allow f4. And after knight e3, simply bishop e7 and then castle. So instead, Con played queen e7 here, bad move, of course. And this leads to very complicated uh, situations here. f4, only move probably to support this pawn. d6 by Con, here attacking uh, center. Bishop b5, pinning this knight and continue fight for the center. Bishop d7, bishop b6, bc, castle. This was Alekhine's idea. de, because knight g4 leads to immediately loss of the piece after e6 here. Because fe we take queen g4, and after e5 not queen h5 because of g6, but we can play knight f5, and then after queen f6 we can fe, and these two pieces support the knight and we're winning. And in case of bishop e6 we just take and then rook e1 and attacking this queen here. That's why de was played by Kon, fe, and knight g4. Knight c3 now played Alekhine, because e6 was mistake in this position. Duo of bishop e6 and knight e6, queen e6, rook e1 and bishop c5. So with d, Kon open this diagonal which attack this king. King h1 leads to knight f2, knight d1, and king f1 leads to mate in 1 here. This would be a disaster for white, of course. Alekhine is not a kid to fall in this. He simply plays knight c3 here. Queen h4 was played by Kon. Obviously, queen e5 leads to e1, winning this queen. And because after queen h4, his opponent started to play for advantage here. And also after knight e5, bishop f4, f6, knight e4, white would have good compensation because of activity of the pieces and initiative here. Probably position would be, yeah, practically hard for black, but nothing so terrible. So queen h4 he played here. National Master, hello. Was some raid, as I understood. I don't have alert of raid, so I don't know. I don't hear when somebody raids. So thank you very much. If it was raid from someone, thank you. Alexandra Samaganova. Okay, thank you, Alexandra. So what's going on here? So knight f3. This was a move here, strong move, and he's destroyed the hopes of black after this. Uh, in case of here, queen h5 was no. What is queen h? 1 second. Ah, this is position. What I'm talking about. This is position. Sorry, knight f3. So queen h5 was played by black. In case of check here, this was probably his hope. And king h1, knight f2. But then rook takes this under attack, and after queen f2, knight f4. And we simply catch this queen here. And this combination he had in mind when he played knight c3 in this position. When he had played this, otherwise he definitely would play bishop f4 and defend this pawn. So he like tempted black to play this queen h4 move. Hello everybody. So queen h4 was played, knight f3, queen h5, and after that knight e4 by Alekhine. Bishop e7 was played by Kon, because knight e5 would be bad here. Duo of knight e5, queen e5, and very unpleasant check here. All suddenly queen f6 leads to rook f6, and gf leads to rook e1 and win this queen. And after bishop d6, I guess this is of course not enough compensation, because we first of all not give rook, we play bishop f4, forcing to play queen e1, and then we also eliminate this bishop here. So that's why Kon plays bishop e7 finally with idea to make castle, and queen d4 strong move by Alekhine. He's protecting e5 pawn, and also same time pinning this rook to defend this pawn. Bishop e6, because castle not possible this hand, so bishop e6, bishop g5 strong move. And after this move, black at least will lose the pawn. they need to exchange knight at g5, and he plays castle here. And this is probably the more or less no good continuation, best continuation, because knight h2 leads to knight e6, not knight h2, because of queen g5, of course. Thank you for following, guys. Knight e6 would be a very unpleasant move here. Knight g7 is a threat with fork, and after knight e6, knight f3, rook f3, fe, rook a d1, and white is winning completely because this is not allowed castle, and queen d7 is a threat. Hi, perpetual stalemate. I'm not as active these days. I hope all is well. Yeah, we hope. Yeah. So that's why castle was played by Kon, and after that h3 by Alekhine, attacking this knight, pushing it away to corner, and queen e4. This was his idea, attacking pawn and attacking another pawn. And only move bishop f5 because knight f5 it leads to fork. So bishop f5, and we simply grab this pawn here. And we see that white has pawn up and also initiative in this position. Queen g6 was played by black, queen g6, and bishop g6. And still, of course, black's position is not hopeless here. Uh, uh, Thank you for following Bunkenator. The point that white has three against two on the queen side, but it's not so easy to create passer, of course, in this side. Also, e5 pawn is isolated, but they have advantage of pawn up, and also this knight is a bit out of game so far. That's why he plays knight d4 strong move, yeah, not allow knight f5 to connect to the game. And also he not allows some active chances here. Also protects, so very nice move. For example, a c5 in this position would be bad, a duel of knight c6, and after bishop g2, simply rook f c1 to avoid bishop d3 tempo, and then we take on c5 here, and then we push these pawns forward. Hello, Twisted Donut. Why didn't black take the queen with the pawn? Open up the f file. Let me understand what you mean. Ah, you mean this move? But this would be a positional mistake because now you have three pawns against two. These two pawns, imagine some pawn in game, these two pawns easily will stop. Now this pawn, instead of isolated weakness, became a power. Also pawn up for white, so they potentially would have two passers like B or C passer pawn and E pawn passer pawn. This would be just a huge mistake with the same idea, knight D4 and G4 and so on. So of course, positionally, normally, if not some concrete position, from corner, you have to always exchange and move your pawns to the center side. This is a positional rules. So knight D4. Uh, c5 was not possible. That's why pawn plays rook b8 attacking this pawn here. b3, of course, a solid pawn setup. Rook e8 attacking this pawn. Imagine that this pawn would be here, yes? Then even e6 would be possible, yeah? After like, rook e1, e6. And now this pawn controls the square. Thank you, guys. I'm trying my best. My English is not better. With Russian, I would explain it much more precise way, but I'm using the primitive English language for that, unfortunately. Yeah, this is actually waste of time because first of all, this is not a threat because of fork, but it was actually hard to advise something better. Maybe, uh, and we know that c5 leads to knight 6, so maybe rook b6 would be a healthy move here to control the square with either c5 and try to create something in this position. But I guess g4 would played by Alekhine, push away this knight. But I mean, this was a more or less good continuation because knight e4 now leads to rook e8, and this is an attack. Yeah, I'm sure that rook b6 was good move here. So rook e8 just a useless move. It's not just waste of time in this position. Rook f8. For example, if I would explain this for Russian auditorium, of course, I would do it much more rich way. But I hope you're not complaining. You understand me, I hope. Migli Mao, thank you for following. Rook d1 was played by Alekhine. He is not wasting any time. He just developed pieces. Rook b6. Aha, now he played rook b6 with a waste of time, of course. Daniel Zeiser, thank you for following. 1B Ken. I wish you could spend more time on games, but it is your channel and you can do what you want. I'll explain anyway. Thank you for streaming. Thank you very much. Uh, you mean I wish you could spend time on games? You mean that I should play or what? Because first of all, there is not many tournaments online. With high level tournaments are not often because we know that high level players they are usually not play for free, and I don't think that for you will be interesting how I'm outplay for example 1500 player. For me it's also absolutely not any motivation. That's why I'm waiting usually good tournaments, and time by time I'm playing some arenas on leeches, but now I'm not in mood. First of all, I need to be in mood to play myself. So it's not like by your order, right? Sam Chess, thank you very much for following. Rook b6. Yeah, this is logical continuation. But c4. Imagine how better was in this position. Rook b6 with c5. So rook b6. And c4. Yeah, strong move is that c5. Also after c5, probably he guaranteed this square for the knight. So very useful. Also, he take away this pawn from the pressure from this bishop. So what else you want from one move? Yes, it's it has like three ideas behind one move. So rook e5, sacrifice the pawn. That's why it's also very strong. And what happened now? What was idea? Beer bully. Why not first g4? Because you will understand this when you will think now. Hello, Alex FC. How are you doing? Yeah, he's also one of my favorite players ever. Maybe Twist Donut, but now I'm fine. I'm analyzing much more interesting games than mine. So let's enjoy this process. And also it's annotated. I have also my annotated games, but I more enjoy how other players are playing than myself. Thank you very much, Dano, for following. Yeah, I know one weekend, but I want to like cover more games as possible. And also this will be uploaded. I will upload probably later on YouTube, and then you can watch it and make a pause. Yes, click the button of pause, and if you don't understand, back and continue. I mean, it's no problem if you really want to understand. Because if I go slow, maybe I will show during the stream maybe 3, 4 games, and it's not my plan. Twinkle Toes, hello. How are you doing? Nice to see you again. Nice C6, yeah. But how to improve this idea, guys? We see that the 8 rank are desperately, hopelessly weak. So after knight c6 is nothing so much special. He goes go rook e8. Knight b5 also a good move. It's in general winning position, of course. 1 second, guys. I mean, he played bishop g6. What I did? This is the position, of course. When I was showing this line, I forget that he take with bishop. This is a position, of course. Knight d4, completely mess up position. This is position. Rook e8, rook d1. I was thinking, what the hell is going on? when bishop was here, he could just take and just give mate. Yeah, this is the position, of course. Sorry. Yes. Sometimes it's not better. Don't be distracted by explaining some variations. Yeah. Okay. Think now. What Alekhine did here? Knight six is the idea. Yeah. But rook e8 and nothing. Nothing some serious. Knight e6. Rook b8. Rook b8 and I control 8 rank. All right, let's go. c5. This is a cool move. Double exclamation mark here. And he says that probably black was awaiting knight e6. And then he would play rook b8 and more or less survive. But c5, look at this. And now the black rook has to go to a6, unfortunately. Because, for example, if rook c5, knight d6 is attack the rook here. And then mate. Rook b8 leads to knight c6 the fork. And rook b7 leads to this variation. Knight c6 attacking the rook here, forcing go to e8, then check here. King f8, because king h8 leads to knight g6 check, and after fg, then rook d7 is completely winning position. Yeah, c5 is cool, yeah, and now it's destroying position here. And in case of king f8, uh, he wanted to play knight g6, ag, rook d7. If rook would be here move like rook f6, for example. And rook e7 only move to protect. And after rook e7, there would be rook d8 check, rook e8, then knight h7 check. We cannot go because of rook. King d7 would be only move, and rook d1, very strong move here. This beautiful move. Could be also rook d2 or whatever, but rook d1 it looks aesthetical on the first rank. Rook fe1 mate is a threat, and there is nothing to do against it because king e6 we can check and take it. Yeah, beautiful variation. So distract this rook to the passive position. Yeah, that's why he played rook a6 is more or less forced move, and now knight e6 using that rook is not anymore on b6 and he cannot return. Rook d8 mate is coming. Thank you, Fisher Random, for follow. Fisher Random probably hate to play Fisher Random chess, I guess. So king h8 was played, rook d8 check, knight g8, knight c7 was played here. But not rook d1 with idea rook g8 and rook d8 mate, because rook a e6 with idea rook e8 then. And after knight e6, fe, and king escapes to f7 here. Rook f7 probably also doesn't work because of this move. Rook f8, rook e8, and after knight e6, bishop f7. Yeah, too much beautiful moves, it's not necessary. So knight c7, c5, beautiful move enough in this game. And now it's technical stage. Rook a2 was played. Rook d1. The threat is rook g8 with mate on d8. And this is more clear variation than knight f7. Yeah, this is a game in Stockholm. Yeah, you don't see. I wrote it, I guess, under the board. Let me make it. Let me better like this maybe. Maybe now you see better. You see it now. Stockholm 1912. Welcome. So after knight f7, bishop f7, rook f7, with either rook f8, uh, black would have some chances here unnecessarily for white, like this. For example, rook f8, then take, king h1, h6, rook g8, king h7. Absolutely unnecessary complications for white. That's why he plays rook d1 here. Now threat is rook g8 once again, and f6 is only move, nothing else here to control this square with bishop. How to defend? There is no defend, right? Rook e2, we just takes and checks and take with knight and give mate. So only move f6, attacking the knight, strong move. Rook g8, king g8, rook d8 check was given. Bishop e8 and take with knight here. And fg leads to mate in 2 after check, control f7 square, rook e8 mate. So that's why he played king f8, only move, absolutely only move. Check, king e7, rook e8, king d7. This was played, but after rook e5, fe, this position is totally winning for white. Now the situation is clear. Uh, it's like not super easy win, but it's definitely winning. So knight c4 was played, controlling this square, not allowing b2, attacking this pawn. Combining these two knights are very strong, and if king goes to center, it will be totally lost because this pawn will be absolutely unstoppable, connected with king and two knights. So let's see what happens. King c6 attacking the pawn. Obviously, white not gives this the main weapon, and formally, white has what? Nothing. Only two knights versus rook because pawns are equal. But this is weak and this is too strong. Devilishly strong pawn. Rook a1 check here. The idea is that he want to play king d5 and avoid this fork. So rook a1 check, but it opens way for the king to the center. Also, we can add that rook e2 was not possible because of check, and after king d5 there will be fork. So obviously rook a1 is necessary. King f2. Now king is connecting with pieces. King d5 and king f3. Yeah, and he was saying that he was still um, under not imagination. How to say it? Uh, when you see something wonderful. How to say in English? I forget. Um, and then impression. Thank you. Yes, he was still impressed by his beautiful play from previous. Yeah. Yes. Instead, they could simply win here with knight cd2. Very useful knights. They connect to each other. Look at this. Look at this simple move and such a nice connected pieces here. So this knight protects this. This knight protects this. Also, this pawn protected by this knight, and this knight protects this knight. So nothing black cannot do anything against this. And then slowly play king e3 and with idea knight b1 because if we take there will be fork and then we kick away this king from this and then go with king here and slowly win this game. But instead he still continues to find some beautiful variations. A5 was played. Maybe in future it's good to create some chances against this pawn and promote or even have opportunity to exchange. And king e2 was played. Yeah. The beautiful but not logical. Uh, Again, knight d2 was winning here because a4 not possible. We take and then give fork here. So yeah, king e2. And now a4 strong move by Gon. Of course, not king e4 because of c6. This was Alekhine's idea. And this pawn is promoting, yes? White promoting, let me understand. If rook a2 check, what happens in this position? Is no variations. Probably not knight d2. Knight d2 is a huge mistake. Black is winning. We play this and rook c2. But the point that king goes probably to d1 and after rook f2, we play c7, knight d6 and win this rook. Maybe even better even play king e1 and activate this king first. Yeah, not allow the king d3, then c7, then knight d6 in win. So that's why after king e2, a4 played. Mr. One second, who was writing that? Uh, Mr. Chess Manager. I have very bad idea. Can I PM you? If you have bad idea, why you want to share it with me? Or you sarcastic to yourself? Uh, yeah, of course you can send the message on Twitch. No, no problem. I will read. it's not my words, John Twitch. Ask him. He says that he has bad idea. Fowler, hello, how are you doing? Yeah, here when he played King E2, he actually allowed this A4, and he was hoping that he has some steady kind of win here after B4, King C4, then C6 here, King B4, uh, because Rook A2 leads to winning after King D1, King D5, and a fork. So King B4 with idea C7, Rook C1, but Knight C3, beautiful move. This was his idea. And after king c3, this is promotes, and there nothing black can do because rook c1 is a fork. Yeah, this was beautiful. But uh, he understand. He understands that in this position, instead of king c4, uh, they could take on e4 knight, and after c6, they have this rook c1 square now. This was a point. And he could here make draw after check on c3, king c5, knight a4 check, and after king d4, knight b2. Yes, and black will eliminate this pawn, will be draw. But he wanted to win this game with all of costs, and he continues after ace4, knight cd2 in this position. Yeah, it was pity to slip away in such a game. Yeah, usually it happens to strong players too, that they by inertia play for victory even if position already not gives this, not objectively, but because memory still remember. So a3 was played, strong move here by Kon. So he found the best chances what he could in this endgame, starting with this f6 move. b4 was played by Alekhine. Now white has two connected passed pawns, but for a pawn they will need to give one of this knight. So rook c1 was played, king d3, a2, knight b3. Rook is controlled this square. We could not give this fork because taken a1, black is winning. Knight b3, rook d1, another strong move by Kon. And this check winnings very important tempo. And here, when he played knight d2, he was hoping for a1 move, knight a1, rook a1, then knight c3, and king c4. This was his hope, and then push this pawn. Still, I'm sure that black can hold that position, but Kon play even better. He played rook d1 first, distract king to the c2, because knight d2 also e4 is coming. So king c2, a1, knight a1, rook a1. We see that after knight c3, he wants to put king here. When king was here, he was controlling this square. Knight c3, and now all suddenly, after a good move, he played very illogical king c6. And of course, he should play king c4, and after c6, maybe Kon was tired and he thought that this will promote this pawn, but rook a3, strong move, attacking the knight. Knight e4, and then rook a7, stop this pawn. And maybe black could even win this game, actually. But after this happy chance, he's winning this game. He played king d3. What about king c4 instead of a1? Let me see. King c4 here. King c4 instead of a1. Probably it's just bad move because of check in this position. King b4 we take, and after rook d2 we take check, and knight b3, I guess. And white is winning here. This is protected, this pawn is gone, so I will eliminate this pawn and easily win. Yeah, so this was played, and king c4. King c4 he should play. Instead, he played this bad move. King d3, rook f1, g3. Strong move. Rook f4 was played to avoid king c4 with either check, but g3 controlled this square here. h5. I have feelings that the computer will defend this position with black easily. I have such a feeling. I don't know. I will not use it, but I have such feelings that it's defendable. Because Alekhine thinks that it's winning, but I'm not sure because they have this pawn. Let's see. So g3, h5 was played with that h4 probably. King c4, h4, b5 check. Yeah, white in time because gh leads to rook f4, kick away this king back. But check now, getting this square. King d7, gh, rook f4 check, king goes to d5. This is very important square here. Rook f4, c4 check, king c7, king c5, and rook h3. Alekhine says that black cannot do anything here. So these pawns just promote b6, king b8, and after knight b5, black simply resign here because c7 is coming and nothing black can do. For example, rook h8. What we can do here? Let me think a little bit. Probably knight d6 here, simply. And after e4, we give check, king a8, so we can play b7 check and just promote here. Yeah, but I have feelings that in this position it's defendable. This position is defendable somehow. Should be. I don't want to use engine, but this is what my feelings tell me. For example, what about, can we play rook c1 here? And after king c4, push this pawn. b5 check. Now play 1 second. Where we have to play? Not king c7 because king d4 e3 there is a fork. So we need to put this king somewhere on here or here maybe. Yeah. And after king d4 e3. Now we have counterplay with this pawn. c6 check, for example. We play king d6, knight e4, and take. Yes. I absolutely believe. I can bet even that this holdable position. King c8, for example. e2 is a, after b6, e2, and then we take this pawn. What white can do here? Nothing. Okay, I check this line now, and let me just switch engine. I'm just curious what's happening here. 1 second. If it works. 0-0, of course, it gives, yeah? It just says 0-0 in this position. Yeah, of course, I told you it's defendable. And what moves it suggests? Where is the moves? What the bloody hell it doesn't show me the moves what to play here. Okay, for example, rook c1, I play. King c4, e4 maybe. What's going on here? b5, yeah, I told you this is a draw. King b7, for example, yeah. King d4, e3, yeah, actually it was good line. c6 check, leads to king b6, king d3, and then the just position of 2-1 here. Yeah, it's actually black is have chances here to win. So this position is just draw. King d3 we have to play, and we just wait. We can move the king, not only on c7, so king a7, for example. Yeah, it's just that. So Alekhine analyzed this game very badly. He says that it was decisive mistake, but it was not. Uh, just Kon was probably very tired, and he did not make resistance defense here. Yeah, but it was very adventurous game, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, for human point also, it was very easy. Yeah, rook c1 instantly and e3. I mean, just we use the pawn. We use a strong pawn here. We use this strong pawn. We should distract white pieces. I mean, it's very easy draw actually. It's very easy draw. You don't need to engine here. I just showed the variation where it was draw, and I just checked it to be sure. Let's see what happened here. Let me find some interesting game. Okay, let's see next game. 1 second, guys. I will ask one thing to my brother and come back. Give me a few seconds. Okay. The next game, Alekhine is a black, and he plays the same tournament against Spielmann. Rudolf, I guess his name was, right? Rudolf Spielmann. I don't want to make stupid mistake with guessing. I guess it was Rudolf. Uh, Thank you, Chill Chess. R. Spielmann, maybe like that. I'm not sure. I'm absolutely not sure. Like this. John Twitch, check please. No, not Spielman. I'm sure. Spielman is another master. Spielman, Rudolf Spielman. Spielman. Yeah. Ah, okay. Double N in the end. Hello, Tom Ken. How are you doing? So, how guys? Rudolf Spielman. Okay, Spielman. Like this. Beware. Hello. We have a full party here. Full party of cool guys. Okay, let's go. Now Alekhine is black. Did we see any game when he was black? I'm not sure. Maybe it's first game when he's black. Yeah. Yeah, I will probably upload it on YouTube. Yes. Zero hour. Thank you. Don't make me blushing now. Yeah, first game black. Yeah. E5, bishop c4. We know that this is a bishop opening, right? It's called in English bishop opening, I guess. Knight f6, quite tricky, especially in the blitz. Now white has two choices: d4, like it was played by Spielmann. We know that Spielmann was a very aggressive player, or d3, which we can meet or even in the top level nowadays. So d4. In Russian, it's pronounced Spielmann, like like Shipov. Spielmann. I guess Russian pronunciation is correct. Spielmann. So d4 was played in this position. Ed, knight f3, bishop c5. I also in one of the streams I showed you some miniature games. You remember knight e4, queen d4, then was some knight f6, knight c3, bishop g4, then long castle, and queen was going here and was crashing on the king side. Yeah, this was possible. So for pawn sacrifice, white will have an extremely strong initiative. That's why he played bishop c5. Um, Castle was played. In case of e5, obviously d5 would come in here. That's why castle. d6 to avoid this kind of ideas here. Well-known ideas. So d6 stop this pawn to go forward. c3 was played by white, and it's Alekhine says that white insisting in this game to play gambit. So he's like he's insisting to sacrifice. Alekhine declines. He again is for that. Tom Ken, thank you very much. Appreciate, man. Give the subs. Give the sub to viewers. Everybody, thanks to Tom Ken. Appreciate. Yeah, take my pawn. D3. Look at this. Alekhine is not agree. Because he says that after DC, knight c3, bishop g5, white would have a very strong pressure. Um, and these are not allow a fast development of white pieces. So queen d3, because this natural square for knight is taken by pawn. Knight c6 was played, b4 by Spinman. And this move create weaknesses on queen side. And white is playing because they didn't want to play quite line after bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, bishop g4, knight bd2, knight e5. And black has easy game, yeah, after knight e5, d, and probably this game would lead to the draw. But Spielmann is a fighter, he goes for fight. Bishop b6, b5 here. Knight f5 played by Alyokhin. Probably he did not wanted to play knight e5 because knight e5, d, queen d8. This king can have some troubles here. Little troubles, by the way. Thank you for following. So knight e5 he played. This reminds like declined Evans gambit somehow. Uh, what happened after knight f5? e5 was played by Spielmann. And now he says that this continuation is forced black to be very careful. And also same time is defending knight c4 idea. Because for example, if you would play some random move, I don't know, rook e1, would take castle, black would have better position. Thank you for following. So Spielmann is he's aiming for concrete decisions here, concrete play. So DE obviously as a principal continuation, queen d8, king d8, and he takes bishop f7 because probably knight e5 maybe would be bad, not because of some, I don't know, some moves like, I don't know, not even move. So knight c4 would be here, knight f7, then king probably where it would go on e7, I guess, and bishop e6 not allowing check, and knight controls this square, no check, and then we eliminate this knight, and black has much better position. So that's why Spielmann takes away the bishop with tempo, takes his pawn. E4 by Alekhine. So both players, we see that they feel the initiative. So they're trying to possess the initiative with tempos. Knight e5. Of course, from first side, black's position should be better. I mean, not worse because they have more developed pieces. And also, these pawns are very weak. So if they stabilize uh, the safe position for this king, the position is will be better. So let's see how this conflict of two uh, diametrical opposite play will be finished. So bishop c5, strong move, yes, because king e7 leads to very unpleasant, surprising check here. So he controls this diagonal. So king e7 is coming, and then bishop d6. So white doesn't have any activity anymore over this diagonal and some threatening like rook d1. So he decided finally to develop queen side, but it gives time for uh, black also develop and also improve their position. So rook f8 was played in this position, and the threat is bishop d6 attacking here and win this bishop. Very alive game, or how to say, very interesting game. Knight c4 was played by Spinman. Maybe knight b3 was interesting, by the way. I'm thinking now. What was wrong with this move? Because bishop d6, I'm not sure that is good move. I'm take and give this check here. King e7. Ah, maybe it still is good. Yeah, king e7 I have. And then bishop g4 with tempo. Yeah, okay. So he played knight c4. After knight c4, black took on c4, bishop c4, obviously. And we see that white is losing too much time. King e7 here. Bishop at g5, with idea probably rook e1 and take this pawn, but bishop d6, strong move here. And this move is forcing white to play f4 and weakening this diagonal. Also, this pawn became a passer. Not necessary, it will be weak. And also rook e1 f3 in future will be not possible. So f4 was um, Rick the Gwelt. Bishop c3. Where bishop c3? I don't understand. Which position bishop c3? What do you mean? Can you? There doesn't exist such a move. Bishop f6 maybe you mean, or what? Ah, bishop f4 you mean? No. Uh, on the 5 spectrum, he did not want to bring back knight. Why? Which knight? Can you tell me which knight? Where? Who did not want it? I don't understand what you mean, guys. Okay, let's go. King e7, bishop g5, bishop d6, strong move. f4 is forced, and bishop f5. Developing, connecting the rooks, controlling this, supporting this pawn. Also take eye on this square, so sometimes h6 is possible, not allows this knight g6, so very good move. And g4, typical in the style of Spinman, of course. And he wants to kick away this diagonal, this bishop from this diagonal here. Yeah, and if Spinman would not play, then h6 and bishop always would have h7 square. But at the same time, this has a minuses, yeah? The dark side, because king side will become much more weak here. So bishop e6 here, he provoked this move. Rook f e1 was played by Spielmann. And what idea he had? He had, yeah, an idea that after bishop e5, fe, and bishop c4, he want to play rook e4 here, attacking bishop, and also ef double check is a threat. Thank you for following, by the way. That's why he played with this rook, because after bishop c4, this rook will be under attack if he would play rook a1. But what happened here? In this position, we see that the motive king is weak. So e3, very strong move. From this weak pawn becomes very strong all suddenly. And the problem is that we cannot take because of bishop c5 with a pin. And now we see the minuses of white's position here. And now he played bishop d3, and Alekhine says that it was better to play king g2 to get rid from this pawn here. And it would be possible bishop e5, fe, bishop c4, rook e3, king f7, and ef. After probably gf, rook f1, king g6 when we take. But this is not necessary variation maybe for black actually. Why this is a forced variation? Maybe it could be something better here. Maybe, let me think, what Alekhine could do instead of that variation, bishop e5. Bishop c5 maybe? Bishop c5 leads to this unpleasant move f5, I guess. Bishop c4, knight c4, and this fall downs. Yeah, not easy to suggest what to do. So king g2 was a good move, but Spielmann plays bishop d3 attacking here and avoid these exchanges here. So definitely he's playing for win. And now black played strong move, king e8, get rid from this pin. So king uh, again back to the his first position. So like king d8, king d7, king e8. So now he wants to play knight d5, and also knight g4 is a direct threat for the pawn. So h3 was played by Spielmann, and knight d5. And now two pawns are the attack, f4 and c3 here. And f5 was played. Uh, it was possible to play bishop h7 to avoid material losses, but after knight f4, bishop f4, Rook f4, the position would be close to hopeless here because of strong pawn e3 and this pair of bishops here. Knight goes and rook f3. Yeah, this would be very, very bad. That's why he plays f5. So Spielmann tries to play all moves forward almost. So bishop e5 was taken, fe, bishop c3, attacking both rooks here. Bishop h7, this was his idea, yeah, to give mate on g6 here. But what happened here? Very strong move, knight f4, uh, protecting g6 squared, and same time aiming knight h3 with fork here. And this was probably only continuation to get advantage in this position. In case of rook f3, there would be very unpleasant check, king f8, and then rook f1, using this opportunity here. And in modest move knight e7 here, with the same idea, would be this was what Spielmann probably was anticipating, but rook a d1 was very strong move. Bishop e1 and rook d7 attacking this knight here, and after bishop b4 there would be bishop e7. This was he anticipating, yes. After this, check here. But I'm curious, what? Why not rook f6 here? Probably because he would take, and what? Still position looks winning for black because this pawn. If not this pawn, then would be chances here. Rook 7, rook b7. But okay, knight e7 anyway, not stronger than knight f4 here. So knight f4, rook d1 was played by Spielmann with comparison to previous variation, but knight on f4 is much better. So bishop e1, rook d7 was played. By the way, why not knight h3 check and knight g5? What's wrong with that? Let's see, knight h3, this, maybe check, this, and what? Rook e3. Aha, this what he did not want to allow, yeah? This attack, rook d7 is coming, and after knight e6, bishop f5. Aha, this was the idea. This was. See you, John Twitch. Thank you too. So he takes bishop e1. Rook d7 was played, and this is last hope. He hopes that after knight e2, king g2, rook f2, king h1, bishop b4. White can play rook g7 here, and they are threatening rook g8, bishop g6, mate. But instead of fall in this, he simply plays bishop b4 here, protecting this square, and Spielmann finally resigned because this knight controls this. Uh, Black has a rook up, also e2 is coming, so no any single threats. This was a cool game here. Let me find some another cool game. Let me find something interesting. Okay, let's see how he was playing against Sicilian. So this was played in 1912 in Vilna. So players was, I will tell you what tournament it was. 1 second. So Masters tournament. So first place took Akiba Rubinstein, with 12 points. It was 11 players. Probably they was playing. Yeah, they played 2 rounds, 2 cycles, so 2 games against each other. So Rubinstein lost both of his games against Freeman. Okay, Rubinstein was first, then Bernstein took second, Levitsky took third, Nimtsovich took fourth, then Flamberg fifth, and Alekhine with 8.5. He shared fifth and sixth uh, place with Levin Fish, then Freeman, Lapin, Salve, and Rabinovich. So quite prestigious tournament. And I want to show you game against Bernstein. One second, guys. Let me find it. I don't know how in English actually to write it. Don't have any idea. Bernstein. So Alekhine is white. So can anybody Google, please? Vilnius. RPCS, hello, how are you doing? And O Bernstein, maybe like this actually. 1912, it's written. Yes, Alexander Alekhine is Russian origin, but beginning from 1921, and he became citizen of France in 1925. He was representative of. He also played the Olympiad under France flag, by the way. Bernstein, I don't know. We don't need H. Let me. So probably like this. I'm doing also not bad. Thank you, man. Welcome. So E4 was played by Alekhine. C5, knight F3, E6, knight C3. Yeah, and instructive annotation of Alekhine. He said in that time the theory recommends to play bishop e2, and if black will choose to play like Paulsen, like a6 Paulsen system and queen 7, white has choice with c4 here. Very unpleasant move. But okay, we know that d4 also main line, but he played knight c3 here. A6 was played, and we transpose to the Paulsen system. Queen c7. And yeah, bishop e2. This is very popular actually. Very very sharp line. Knight f6. We also seen some Karpov games. So knight f6, castle, bishop e7, f4. So we see Alekhine plays like most natural ideas here. Knight c6 with idea knight d4, queen d4, and then bishop c5 catch the queen. So king h1 obviously played, and he said maybe even simply was bishop e3 develop, but king h1 also is normal. So d6, we are transposing to some Scheveningen variation from Paulsen. Bishop f3, bishop d7, bishop e3, castle, queen e2. Who likes to uh, likes to improve his knowledge about Scheveningen variations? I recommend you to find uh, Karpov Kasparov from the match games. They played a lot. Karpov was trying to refutate Sicilian of Kasparov, but he was unable to do it, as he admit himself. So it's also very, very complex positions. So what happened after queen e2? So rook c8 was played. So black is seeking counterplay on over c file, yeah? So you want to sometimes play knight e5, knight c4, also b5, b4, and white usually connects the chances of the king sets. They often play g4, g5, f5, and so on. Olivier Baumel. That was a good pronunciation for a foreigner. I don't know, maybe. Thank you. And thank you for following. Alekhine says that maybe it was preferable put another rook on c8 because there is not a real threat on the king side, and maybe the queen d8 to have queen d8, and also to attack on the queen side with two rooks would be much more stronger. Maybe. Jaxor, you are in the good shape today. Thank you for gift for viewers. Everybody thanks to Jaxor 2016. Don't forget to do it, guys. Jigsaw Das, how are you doing? So, rook c8, queen f2, strong move by Alekhine. He take eye on this square, and he says that this is very important move to not allow knight f5 here. For example, after knight f5, you can use this idea actually in blitz. Thank you for cheer. Who was this? Chess is very fun. Thank you very much, man, for cheering. Uh, Look at this tricky trap. After knight e5, knight e6 move, and then bishop e6, attacking both knight and queen and winning the pawn. You can use it in blitz game, definitely. Bullet. Alexis, thank you for following. Yeah, you're right. Then there was theory started by his son, Alexander Alekhine Jr., that he was killed. His father was killed by the Soviets. So we cannot prove it. We cannot also refute that, unfortunately. So that's why he played b5 here with idea b4, disturb this knight. And thank you for subscription, Cloud Sat. I don't remember your name at all. You're a new guy. Appreciate, man. Thank you. Cloud Sat. Yeah, gracias por el Jahor. You're right, guys. So knight b3 was played by Alekhine. He opened this diagonal for bishop. After b6, probably the point is that after b4, knight a4, black could take here and then take this knight. So that's why he take it away, and after b4, he wants to penetrate to this very tempting square here. Knight e8. For example, Tarash always was saying that knights on b3 is a good. Abhijet. Abhijet. Thank you, man. So knight b3, knight e8. Quite strange move by Bernstein. And now, yes, this is a strange move according to Alekhine, which closed his own rook here. And after that, white will have advantage. And probably he says that was better to admit that was rook f7 was better and play rook b8 here, control this, and then rook fc8. But I'm sure that g4, g5 is quite dangerous here. Maybe that's why Bernstein played knight e8 because he saw that Alekhine wants to attack here. I don't know. So he played knight e8, rook at d1. So all pieces are mobilized. You see, all pieces of white are on ideal, almost ideal positions, and they are ready for actions here. Rook b8 and rook d2. Strong move. And he played it because he predicted move knight a5 here. So knight a5, knight f5, queen f5. This was the logical condition from black. So the idea to play b4 and then take this pawn, right? And create a real counter chances. But here, e5 strong move. We remember from Mikhail Tal games that in Sicilian against this Paulson, he often was playing e5 move, by the way. Yeah, nice from Anish. Say him big hello from me when you will see him in next stream. Yeah, guys, follow Anish too, of course. So e5, very strong move, and this was a very surprising move for Bernstein. And now White will possess initiative here. They open this square for knight, where he can attack here, also transpose to attack to the king side. And in this position, Bernstein played b4 here. And the idea of e5 move was that after d5, he wanted to bishop d5 here, strong move. And now, in case of b4, then would be bishop b3, strong move, attacking here. And after bc rook d7, white simply has pawn up here and two pair of bishops. In case of ed, then would be knight d5, attacking the bishop. Bishop d8, because queen d8 leads to bishop b6 move. Very unpleasant. So bishop d8, then bishop c5. So this is attacked. Also some bishop b4 ideas on the way. Bishop e6 would be strong move by black here. And bishop f8, king f8. Then queen c5 check, king g8. And then f5 using these pawns. Bishop d5, queen d5 with a clear advantage for white. Yes, they have rook against bishop and knight, and also 3 7, also two pawns. I mean, also initiative here. And in case of ed, knight d5, bishop d8, bishop c5. Yeah, this we already seen. One second, guys. That's why Bernstein played b4 because he did not find better option. So we see that d5, bishop d5, probably Bernstein understood that it's very dangerous. Also, I would add that after d5, maybe this is not super necessary. Yeah? f5 also very unpleasant move here. Seems to be very strong also. f6 is coming. For example, I have idea after b4 to play knight d5, ed, and then f6 maybe. So also looks very, 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 very terrible. For example, I have ideas like this. e6 here. Take, then check and take here. Also rook d5, I don't know, looks terrible. f5 is also looks very strong. That's why b4 he played. Knight e4, very tempting square for knight, attacking the pawn. d5 was played. Knight c5 here, attacking the bishop. Obviously we can take because of bishop c5 leads to winning exchange. Bishop b5, avoid knight d7 with tempo on f1. And rook a1. That's why he played rook d2 to always have such a moves like this. Look at this super move, protecting pawn and also avoid rook bishop f1. And also maybe a4 is coming. Knight c7 played by Bernstein. And with this move, he cut off a way for queen. Maybe but probably he was defending against f5, was possible after queen d8, f5 also looks very bad for black, because after this, bishop d5, then bishop f7 idea, e6 idea, f5 is under, yeah, was already quite dangerous. Maybe queen c7 was a good move here. Could take eye on this pawn, and then try something like queen c8, knight c7, I don't know. Maybe with g6, knight g7. But Bernstein played knight c7, obviously with idea protect this pawn. And a4. Yeah, it's very strong move here. And now the direct threat is knight b3. For example, bishop 6, knight b3, we give mate to this queen. Poor queen is stuck here. So black has two choices, or take three choice actually to take on c a3, take on c5, or what Bernstein choose bishop c4 here, protecting the square. Let's see one by one. In case of ba rook a3, queen b4 would be only move, yeah, because queen b6 leads to knight d7 move here. Okay, knight e6 also. More minutes. And thank you for donation. Inki one. Nice name. Thank you, I appreciate them. And after queen b4, c3 would be the move here. Queen c4, bishop e2, and queen is f word here. Nowhere to go. In case of bishop c5, there would be bishop c5. Of course, not ab because this hangs. Bishop c5. Now this is a threat. Rook fc8, and then a c3 strong move, attacking this pawn. And the problem that we cannot take uh, instantly is this, because before we catch the queen, and after bishop a4, there would be bishop at d1 with pin, and after bc, b4 here, and winning this bishop. And after b3, probably queen d4 here, also attacking here. But why? What about knight? And after knight b5, rook a4, yeah. Yeah, beautiful variation, because knight d4 leads to rook a5, we protect the bishop, and in case of queen 7, probably bishop d6 here. And with piece up, you have to take and losing position, because knight d4 leads to bishop 7, we take the knight here. Yeah, Bernstein probably calculated this, or maybe he felt there's something wrong here. In this variation, he played bishop c4. Bernstein, he started play badly with starting from move knight e8 too passively. In such position, you have to very quickly create counterplay on queen side somehow. Otherwise, white has advantage in center and king side. Knight d7 was played by Alekhine. No, but not b3 here, because bishop b5 strong move. No more knight b3. This not possible here, and then bishop retreats, and all suddenly queen is good place. But knight d7 fork. This is what he uses here. And after b3, he played knight b8, rook b8, then c3. Not allowed this bc. And knight a8 was played here. With idea maybe some knight b6, I don't know. And bishop e2, strong move. And this move is preparing to attack on the king side now. Look at this, what happens here. Rook c8, he played because bishop c4 would open d file, and then these two rooks would be smashed completely. So rook c8 protecting. a5. So all suddenly all pieces are on the queen side, and white is starting attack on the king side. Bishop e2 was played. Rook d e2. Uses knight are so bad. Bishop c5, then rook a f1. Fe is a threat, and then queen f7. The position is already lost. He take. Queen b6, try to take with queen here. Obviously, a5 strong move, distracting the queen, so only move here, and then rook f3. Not allowed this exchange. He wants to finish game with mate. Yeah, fe is coming. f6 also was winning. Yes, f6 also was possible. g6 and queen h4 smashing position, but he played rook f3, ef, rook f5, this attacked, knight c7, rook f7, knight e6. Finally, this knight has the best square in the game, but too late. And in this position, he played queen a7, strong move. And threat is, for example, if you play queen c4, I take rook g7. This is a beautiful threat. Knight g7, then check here, and give check after rook f8 here. Look at this geometry. This is a geometry on the board. h6 is only move. Rook e7 here. Queen c4. Because there is no defense against rook f7 anymore. So he played queen c4, and after rook f7, queen e4. That was his idea. Protect this square. After knight g7, he wants to take, and then king h8. But Alekhine simply takes queen e6, and there is no mate because we simply cover it with queen. And rook c6 with a teeny idea after take, give mate here. Yeah, after this, there would be queen e6 move, and after check, there is a counter discovery check here, and winning the queen. That's why he played rook c6, queen f1 in this position. And again, rook g7 is a threat, and then queen f7 with mate on g7 in this position. So king h7 was played, and rook f6 using this pin, also this attacked. And this is killing immediately because knight d8 will be rook d6 move, forcing with d6, ed completely winning. And in case of queen e5, would be queen d3 check, and game is over because rook e8 next. Bernstein after rook f6 played d4, desperation, take, 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 dc. Yeah, rook d6 was beautiful, and he just take dc, b2, but this pawn not go far, simply stop it. Queen c2, he plays a6, and after queen c1, obviously not huge blunder, queen g1 because of check. Till the end you have to be careful, yes, and then we win this rook. But queen g1, and Bernstein is resign because this pawn stopped by these two heavy pieces. King protects the queen, and this is distracts the queen, and then we eliminate this pawn. Yeah, this was a cool game. I will make some break around 20-30 minutes, and then we can continue. Thank you for your attention, guys. Hi again, guys. Let's continue unlocking games. Next game I want to show you. It was played in St. Petersburg, 1913, with tournament with 4 players. So Alyokhin played against Levenfish, Duras, and Znosko, and he lost to Levenfish and won against Duras and Znosko. So he made 2 points, and Levenfish won one and made two draws, also 2 points. So he shared first, second, and Duras lost one and two draws, and Noskoborovsky lost one, two draws. So they share third and fourth. St. Petersburg. Lochin versus Honduras. Okay, probably correct is Alechin, but in Russian they usually say Alyokhin. Like in Russian there is a this letter E, you can pronounce like yo. Alyokhin. From my childhood, I was calling him Alyokhin, so it's just question of habit. All right, let's go. E4 was played in this game by Alyokhin. E5, knight f3. You're welcome. Knight c6, bishop b5, this is Spanish. A6, bishop a4, knight f6. Queen e2. This is a Lapin's idea, by the way. Lapin's. And b5. So Lukin says that this he thinks that this continuation at bishop c5 is uh, the strongest plan against queen e2. What area do you live in, Jobava? What do you mean area? Country or city? Republic country Georgia, city Tbilisi, capital. A4 was played. And he says that it's very important to open a file in this variation, and black cannot avoid it because after b4 there is a bishop f7 check, because not queen c4 is attacking here and here, because the queen e7 protects both. So bishop f7, king f7, then check on c4 here. And in case of d5, uh, then queen c5 attacking the knight, and queen d6 not possible because of queen c6 and then fork. Probably d5 is a mistake here. Maybe king e8 is stronger, and after queen c5 take this pawn. But still, after queen e3, white has much more easy game. Yeah, king stuck here. d5 is then d3 and knight e5. Abhishek Shukla. What? We left us all hanging there. What does it mean? I don't understand what you mean. Okay. Who left all hanging? Okay, so a4, rook b8 was played by Duras. ab, ab. So ab, ab. D3 was played by Alyokhin here. In case of knight c3, black maybe could even castle, and after knight b5, d5, they would have some active counterplay here for pawn. That's why he consolidates, protects this pawn, opens this square, also diagonal. So d6 was played by Duras. Bishop e3 he played here. Bishop g4. And he says that here black could play bishop e6 actually and exchange this strong bishop on b3 and uh, have approximately equal position. But he played bishop g4 more ambitious. Yeah, Alekhine is one of my favorite player, of course. Also Karl Schlechter, for example, Botvinnik. h3 was played. Bishop h5. Again, bishop e6 was better here. You see, knight b2 connecting knights. Castle, castle. Knight d4 was played by Duras. And this was not necessary aggression here. And probably it was better to play queen e7, modest move, beside the knight d8, knight e6 here. Interesting. But he played knight d4, obviously Alekhine exchange, and he takes bishop f3 here. He take on f3 because after bishop d4 there would be g4, very unpleasant move here. And after bishop g6, knight d4, it is an f4, and we see that this bishop in trouble. Yeah, he would be out of game like this, and then in future h4, h5, g4. So h4, g5, I want to say so. And in case of ed, g4, bishop g6, also knight h2, then f4, f5. Yeah, looks deadly. That's why he used bishop f3, but this light square bishop now becomes a beast to compare this black square bishop. Knight f3, he plays ed here. And now we know that in different color of bishops positions, who possess the initiative and attack, he plays like kind of like extra piece, because black bishop, opposite bishop cannot participate in defend against, he cannot neutralize the power of opponent's bishop. So we will see what happens. e5, that's why. Immediately he start actions. Yeah. And this is the beginning of very dangerous attack here. Yeah, it's very, will be very instructive, this position of this A file too. Queen e7 played by Duras here. And here he had two options beside this. First was d or rook e8 second. So let's see. After d, queen e5 would be very unpleasant, attacking the bishop. And after queen d6 here, simply take, using that after bishop d6 we take, and you cannot even play bishop e5 because knight c6 fork here. And after cd, rook f e1, the white has a clear advantage in endgame here. Thank you for following. We see that this bishop attacking here, knight g5 will come, and a huge advantage in game. Obviously, Duras declined this, so rook e8 would be another options. And thank you for following, guys. And after rook e8, e6 would be very strong move here. So ef is the idea. After king e8, we have knight g5 and fork. So after e6, probably fe is the only move. And then check on e6, king f8 only move. Thank you for following, guys. Because king h8 leads to knight g5 and really serious troubles here. Yeah, knight f7 is coming. If queen e7, the rook e1, then knight f7 with very huge attack. So king f8 would be only move. But after king f8, b4 strong move here. And now bishop b4. In case of bishop b6, would be rook e1 here. And white has a strong initiative, yeah, in this position we see. Bishop is out of game. This bishop is extremely dangerous. Knight g5, queen f3 is coming. And after bishop b4, try to control here, then knight d4. Fork is a idea. Rook b6 would be only move. What else? Because queen e7 anyway leads to winning of exchange after knight b8. So rook b6 controlling this square. And queen f3 would be possible here, pinning the knight. And after bishop c3, attacking both rook and knight, knight c6, mate to queen. He has to take, attacking the bishop, take, and now we cannot take because of rook a8. And white has a big advantage here. Yeah, after b4 he will retreat, then rook a7 is a threat. This is so king is weak here. That's why Duras probably he felt something wrong in that variations, and he played queen e7, try to pin with queen, also protect this square. Rook f e1 was played, rook b e8, queen d2, get rid from pin and attacking the knight. D, it's the only move, because for example knight d7 would be e6 and fe, rook e6, and its game will be over soon. So d is only move, and after d, rook e5 played. Probably after knight e5 would be queen d6 move, knight f7, rook f7. That's why he played rook e5 here, forcing queen d6 because you need to protect the bishop, and queen g5, strong move, attacking the bishop here. And the problem for black is that they need to exchange here, and then this knight will activate and participate in the attack, because h6 will be queen f5, and g6 not possible because of check, yeah, using this pin here. Tanesh, hello, how are you doing? That's why rook e5 was played here, knight e5, and the threat is knight f7. For example, some random move like this, we take and give check here and winning the queen, and also rook and also bishop, everything we win. So that's why queen b6 was played. Also knight d7 would be not possible here because of knight d7 and this is hangs, right? Yeah. So queen b6 played by Duras. The idea that after knight f7, rook h8, he wants to play bishop f8. That's why he opened this diagonal for bishop, but queen a little bit far away from the king side. Also, queen f5 is not possible because of g6 and then king g7. But in this position, Alekhine played g4 strong move with either queen f5 and g5 later. Yeah, also open for any case g2 square here. And also he has some idea in his mind after g4 move, the main idea. And this move is winning here. Now Duras played bishop d6. The point was that in case of g6 here, there would be queen h6 move. And now is a threat, knight f7, rook a8 check, and then mate on f8 because of pin. And another idea, g5, kick away knight, and then fork. And black cannot defend this. And in case of bishop e7 here, yeah, Tillman, you're right. He was a monster. And after bishop e7, there would be knight d7 strong move, fork, forcing to take, then queen e7, attacking the knight. And the point that we cannot go here because of mate, like Patzl rush mate here. So after the queen, probably d6 will be only move. We take, and then we play rook a6 here, and no, even rook a5 actually is stronger, attacking this pawn. And after rook b8, then rook a7, using that knight cannot leave because of this pawn here. And after rook b d8, rook b7, and white eliminates this pawn and wins the game. Also, these pawns are weak. That's why Duras plays bishop d6, try to defend, but this g4 also prepared this idea, knight f7, rook f7, and queen f5. The idea is that g5 is coming here. They don't have a defense against queen e6, one idea, and another g5. So they played g6 in this position. And queen e6 was played. King g7, check on f7, king h6, and of course not queen f6 because of check now, and win this queen here. But after bishop e6, Duras simply resigned here. That was cool game. The Whistler, bravo, appreciate man. Uh, Thanks to Whistler, he gifted Diamond. Yeah, that was very cool game. Okay, let me find some another cool game, guys. Let me find. This game is cool. Against Mises. So they played. 1 second. First, I need to write it. It was tournament in Scheveningen, actually, in Holland. White was Mises. His name was Jacques, I guess. If I forget the Mises name. Not Jacques. Uh, I think like this. Mises versus Alexander Alekhine. And it was played. Maybe S, yeah? Maybe like this. And here should be, I think, Scheveningen, maybe like this. Scheven, this is unnecessary, like this, Scheveningen. So can anybody Google this, please, to make not to make mistake with surname. I think Mises' name was Jacques, if I'm not. Yeah, Jacques Mises versus Alexander Alekhine. Okay, thank you, Alex. You will be my Google, like this. Mises and Scheveningen is correct or not? Alex, can you Google Scheveningen? I think it's Scheveningen is correct. No, I mean E. I missed completely. I forget to put E here. Scheveningen, like this, of course. Thank you for follow, guys. Yeah, I guess this is correct. Yeah, I just forget to put input E letter. Okay, so I pronounced it well, but I wrote without E. Thank you. So Mises with white, he start with E4. This is very interesting game, and this is a central opening or central gambit, they call it. Normal continuous knight f3, bishop c4, knight c3, even f4. d4 is central gambit, also was very popular. ed and queen d4. And Alyoshin says that it's clear that with such a opening, white is not challenging not claiming advantage the opening, so they have accent for the middle game here. Knight c6 tempo. So this is like Skandik, but pawn on. Imagine that black will play with pawn on e5. Yeah, if we go here, this will be like Scandinavian system. So queen e3, this position. Bishop e7 was played. He says knight f6 also was possible. Then knight c3, bishop d2. We saw some games against Arunian or somebody was played like that. So bishop e7 in this position. Alyoshin played bishop d2, knight f6, knight c3, castle, long castle. So the plan is easy. White is playing on the king side, black is on queen side. And here he even started with central strike d5. And he says that from first look it looks very risky, but in real this is a principle. He says that black can equalize the game after that. And after d6, position will be closed in the center, and white could start assault on the king side. That's why he immediately played d5, ed, knight d5, queen g3, with some ideas like bishop h6, and bishop h4. Strong move by Alekhine here. So black is not wasting time and defending against bishop h6 with bishop h4 move. Queen f3 was played, attacking the bishop with the knight, and bishop e6 here. So black pieces are all developed. And this move leads to tempting and same time risky sacrifice. Uh, More logical was to take this knight, bishop c3, then give check on g5 here. Because king b1 not possible duel of bishop g4 winning this rook, but bishop d2 and then queen c5 strong move attacking here, and after bishop e3 queen f5 attacking also here, and then bishop is developed here, and black probably has even advantage here according to Alekhine, but he played bishop e6, was tempted to sacrifice, so bishop e3 played by Mises, and uh, this is forcing the sacrifice now. Knight ce7 would be unpleasant move queen h5 here, with idea bishop c4 and so on. But he was tempting, when he played bishop e6, he wanted to play this queen sacrifice here with knight c3. So he gives a queen for rook, knight, and pawn, and we will have a very strong initiative. Knight cb4 was much weaker because of a3. Knight c3, rook d8 here. Knight b8 to check, and king d2. Knight b1 because rook d8 leads to bishop d3. So knight b1. Look at this, these knights. And then king e1, and white is escapes from any troubles, and these knights are stacked. So that's why he sacrificed immediately. White has to accept here because bc is just bad structure. Also queen e7 goes here, so d8 has to be played. Knight to check, king b1, rook a d8. This was Alekhine's idea. Look into this square, and after bishop e2 controlling the d1 square, because knight e5 is a threat here. Knight a b2 was played, so pieces are connected. Black really has more than enough compensation here. Knight h3, Mises trying to with all his power, with energy to develop. Yeah, he bring rook in the game, but knight is a little bit far away. Rook e8 was played by Alekhine, and this is necessary move for next combinations. Now rook d1 was not enough because of bishop d5 move here, and after queen h5, bishop f6, and then bishop e4 is a threat to c2 pawn. Yeah, so many pieces on the board. That's why he played knight f4 here, and bishop f5 attacking the pawn here. Rook h goes to c1 protected, and g6 by Alekhine. And he's preparing knight c2 move here, because directly knight c2 wasn't possible in this position because of rook c2, and after knight b4 attacking, then knight d3 strong move and attacking here. And the point that after rook d3, white not takes because of lose here, but queen f5 is hangs, and if black plays bishop e4 attacking here, then knight b4 strong move, bishop f3 and bishop f3 leads to unclear endgame. That's why he played g6 to have in this variation rook d3 possibility. And g4 was played by Mises. Sorry, g4 to push away this bishop. Goes here. Queen f3, distracting from knight c2 idea, attacking the bishop. Alekhine go to f6. So all his pieces are looking to the queen side, and queen is far away from the defense. This is what Alekhine is using here. Bishop f3 was played. Yes, blacks have very strong initiative. And this is the only way to reduce black's pressure here. Ostanove, or hello, how are you doing? Bishop f3, queen f3, knight e5 was played, attacking the queen, because after queen b7 he also played rook b8 here, probably. And the knight c, for example, queen c7, the rook c8, the knight c4. Oof, what a strong uh, um, attack here, as I understood. Maybe white should take actually. And queen e2 was played. So c5 strong move was played here. And this is very important move according to Alekhine. Um, he also his parry is a white sided to play c3 here, and after knight d3, knight d3, knight d3, if pawn would be on c6 or c7, he would play rook d1 and kick out this knight. But now c4 support this knight, and this knight will be very deadly here. This position. Which style is similar to your style? I have universal style. I can play in any style. So hard to say. Maybe Alekhine, because he is also was universal. Do you think the engine could hold this position? Of course. Of course the engine would hold against human. Definitely. Rook g1 was played by Mises. c4, controlling this square. h4 and knight d5 he played here. And he says that after this complication should be calculated very precisely. So let's see what happens now. He wants to take the knight d3, so forcing to change. Take an f4 by Mises here. In case of g5, bishop g7, rook d1, try to exchange the one rooks. He wanted to play rook b5 here. And after bishop d4, neutralizing this, rook e6, strong move here. With idea knight c6, and still black would have pressure. Probably queen f1 would be continuation, because queen d2 is not possible because of fork. So queen f1, and maybe still white is holding somehow. Then bishop c3 is coming. Probably something like h5 he would play, I don't know. So this was interesting. Bishop e5, rook e5. Ah, 1 second, but what is rook e6? If we take here, so what Alekhine wants to play? This is a question. Because rook e5 didn't check, and then we take here. Did he miss this? I don't understand. Ah, bishop e5, and this. Ah, okay, this is an attack, I forget. Yeah, bishop e5 is stupid. So queen f1 was a move with either bishop c3, and it's not super hard, super bad position. Probably this is how Mises should play. So, but he played. 1 second, what he played? Let me see. Ah, he played f. Yeah, he played instead of g5, he played f4 here. And when Alekhine was playing c4, I guess he already had this in mind. Knight d3 move. Look at this, another sacrifice all suddenly from out of nothing. So now black is using this, that bishop is not defended by pawn. So queen f3 was played. In case of cd, he wanted to play rook d3, and after rook g3, bishop d4. using this pin. Queen c2 would be the move. Because queen d3 doesn't work. So we take cd, bishop d4, then check. King a2 and d2, and this promotes, yeah? Even move like rook c3, we can play simply f6 first here. Not allow rook c8 mate, and then we promote. And after that, queen c2 should be the move, but bishop e3, queen c4, then rook ed8 with a better position for black. But probably white should go for this position. Yeah, probably they should go for this. Maybe then f5, maybe, and try to do something. And in game, Mises played queen f3 with idea take here. No, 1 second. In this position, he played queen f3. He wants to take this knight in better circumstances, but all suddenly rook b5, another sacrifice, strong move here. This is deadly. Now white has to take this knight because b3 leads to rook a5 and then rook a1 here. Uh, yeah, after cd, we take cd, take control over c2, and mate is coming here. For example, king c1, we play bishop c3, king d1 only move, then rook a1, and is totally winning position for black. For example, after this, we can win it in style. We can give check because d2 leads to queen c3. And that's why we can give check, rook e1, then we can probably give here d2, and after this even knight. Look at this stylish finish. Yeah, this this would be beautiful ending. Yeah, but after rook b5, cd good move played by Mises, only move. Rook b2 check, only move here because king a1 needs to discover check and we take the queen. So king c1, um, cd was played, king d1 was played. And rook g2 would be the same. It would be lead up, but rook g2 it also allowed rook c8, it's like transfer to game, but also allows rook e3. So king d1 was better. Rook c8 here. So, and now Mises played bad move, g5, and lost immediately. And commentators were saying that rook g2 he could save the game, but in real probably it's anyway lost because of check here. Only move king d2 and all suddenly rook b3 move here. And the threat is rook c2 and rook b1. So king d1 would be probably the move here. And after king d1 would be interesting bishop c3 move here. Look at this move, guys. The idea to put it on b4 and then give mate, or first check and then rook bishop b4, and it's impossible to defend it. Or in this position, if king e1, then happens rook c1, very strong check here. Because bishop c1 is d2 check, and then we take this queen with winning endgame because of two pawns. Hello Levente, how are you? Really? I did not know it. Okay, should I stop? Should I stop after this game maybe? Yeah, he's my favorite player also. How are you doing, Levente? Guys, don't forget to follow GM Tranquilizer, Levente Vaida. Everybody follow. Yeah, in this position, bishop c1, then d2, and we win this queen. So king f2 would be the only move, and then bishop h4, and game is over here, because you have to play like rook g3, and then we have two choices, or rook c2 and rook b1, or even play d2 here. It's totally winning position, because after this we take check, and then we take this queen, and we have exchange on the board, and also three extra pawns. Yeah, this would be a beautiful win. But Mises, instead of rook g2, he played g5 in this position. Probably he saw that his enemy lost. And rook cc2. We see that rook b1 is a threat. King e1 he played. But after rook b1, queen d1, and bishop c3, he simply resigned here. Yeah, this was a crush. Yeah, this is cool games. Yeah, very, very interesting sacrifice it was really. Let me find some game. Let me find some game. Okay, let's see the game versus Nimtsovich. It was played in a tournament in the end of 1913 and beginning of 1914. It was played in St. Petersburg tournament. It was 18 players. Alyokhin took first place. Uh, he shared first, second place with Nimtsovich, by the way. They took 13 and a half points, both. And number three was Flamberg with 13 points. Then Lovsky, Levenfish, Nosko Borowski. Okay, this was also uh, quite strong tournament, and Alyokhin won it. So I want to show you the game against Nimtsovich. One second, guys. Alyokhin versus Nimtsovich. Maybe like this. I'm not sure. Can you Google St. Petersburg? Sankt Petersburg, 1913 and 14. Z, right? So which, okay. No, no sleep. No sleep, Levente. So it's not possible to sleep. So e4 started by Alekhine, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop a, b5, a6, the Spanish, and Nimtsovich goes to open variation of Spanish system, knight e4 here. It was very popular between Karpov and Korchnoi matches, if you remember well. So we know that bishop e7 is the most main line, like classical line here. So knight e4, d4, b5, bishop b3, d5. In the match between uh, Lasker versus Schlechter, we remember that Lasker here, instead of d, he was played few times a4 here. After rook b8, ab, ab, also Schlechter was using knight d4. And then they was taken. So this leads to another positions. But here d was played by Alyokhin, bishop e6, c3 to hide this bishop on c2 in case of knight c5, bishop e7 and bishop c5 also is a move here. So we black keep this square for the knight. Knight d2 was played. In case of bishop e3, castle, knight d2, queen d2, black has this kind of move here. They want to exchange and also push this pawn. And in case of bishop c2, knight c4, queen d3, g6, and bishop f5, in general, black's more or less okay here. Yeah, also after g6, this is hangs. This is hands, so Alekhine saw that black is okay in this position. That's why he played knight d2. Hello, Botik. And knight c5 played by Nimzowicz. And Alekhine says that better was to play castle, bishop c2, and then f5 in this position, ef, knight f6. And still he thinks that after knight b3, white's position is more preferable here. But Nimzowicz played knight c5 immediately, of course bishop c2, and bishop g4 he played. Uh, in case of castle, he says that knight d4 would be unpleasant, and this was played Bogolyubov versus Reti. So he gives this game f4, bishop g4, then queen e1 here, queen e1, then bishop h4 was played. Look at this. Then queen e5, rook e8, and the knight c6 move here to open square here. Queen d7, and then queen d4, queen c6, then f5. Look at this line. Crazy. But this position, Nimzowicz played bishop g4 directly, pinning the knight, not allowed knight d4. Rook e1, logical continuation, defend this pawn. Castle, knight b3. So it's a fight for these squares in this variation. Knight e4 played by Nimzowicz. Janowski Lasker was played in the same year with 96 move here. But Alekhine says after queen d3, white has a good attacking chances here. Yeah? Provocating g6 and bishop penetrates here, and knight d4 and so on. So that's why Nimzowicz closes diagonal here. Obviously, knight b3, ab is favors for white. They're attacking this file, and so this active knight gone from the board. That's why Nimzowicz plays here. Now we cannot take because of this, and after queen d8, rook d8, or maybe a d8, we see that black has excellent positions. They can keep check, rook e1 not possible, we take and defend. Knight e1 is a trouble for white, maybe immediately. They are losing actually. Rook is hangs, after rook e2 we can play here, maybe even attack here, I don't know, f4 maybe. So white, it's only white is surviving here, so bishop e4 obviously is bad. But bishop f4, strong move played by Alekhine. Um, now they are actually threatening to take it and take because there is not that kind of ideas. So f5 played by Nimzowicz, supporting this knight. The question, probably knight g5, maybe it's bad, right? Because we take, and then we have some kind of this move first attacking, then we can take, and take, I don't know, probably it's risky for black. That's why he plays f5. We take ef, knight f6 was played by Nimzowicz, queen d3, very unpleasant pressure here. And now Nimzowicz played knight e4. He said he offers the pawn, but not achieves anything for that. But Alekhine says that black are really in trouble because on logical bishop h5 is either bishop g6 to neutralize this diagonal. There would be very unpleasant knight g5, bishop g6, and simply queen e2 here. So black has to exchange queen c2, and now this is also a hole here. Rook e6 also is the idea. For example, queen d7 probably, I don't know, rook e6, maybe only even knight e6 here, forcing rook c8, and black is in trouble. Why do I have the feeling that it will end with a fat mate? Let's see. So knight e4 played again. Nimzowicz, yeah, his position is not safe, let's say like that. But I don't believe that it's so bad. Could we somehow defend maybe with this take, take, maybe like that? Try to exchange. Bishop g5 would be unpleasant, and maybe knight e5 here, c6. I don't know. Maybe this was a continuation here, which is not so obvious, but because this knight creates some unpleasant threats here. Okay, knight e4, queen h3, yeah. So knight e4 was played, and he takes bishop c7 here. So Nimzo sacrifice. After queen c7, he loses queen d5, another pawn, and this knight. So queen d7 only move. I don't know, Nimzo blundered this or he sacrificed. Who knows? Knight e5, strong move, yeah, because bishop f3 is unpleasant. So knight e5, bishop e5 was played. Bishop h4 by Nimzovich, because what to do? Knight f2 leads to queen h7, and rook f2 leads to rook f4. Rook e4, d, then queen d7, and we just simply take this rook with the next move. So he played bishop h4, attacking this pawn. Probably Nimzovich calculated this. He saw that he has enough compensation. But bishop g3, neutralizing the bishop, hg, and he played bishop f5 here. And because after queen f3, he wants to go back, yeah? Uh, After rook f2, probably would be rook e4. And if rook c2, white has intermediate unpleasant move here, rook g4, and they have an extra piece. Queen g4, queen c2. That's why he played bishop f5 with either knight g3 here or knight f2. And here, Alekhine played strong move, queen d4. And the point that knight g3 is not a real threat here, because knight g3, not fg, of course, and bishop c2, but knight c5 was the idea, attacking the queen, and after queen d6, bishop b3 first. Then this is hangs, and this is hangs. And black is hopeless here. So after queen d4, rook d8. So Nimzovich admits that his position is lost. He don't have anything, just pawn down, and anyway, rook d8 was this a d8 was much stronger, of course. Why rook f d8? Probably he was just confused, disappointed of his play. Even Caruana would resign here. And rook d1 was played in this position. He wants to take on e4 and not allow even d. Uh, Queen c7 was played. And now again threat is knight g3 here. Knight d2, strong move. Because now knight g3, again not possible duel of bishop b3, attacking here and knight. Also knight d2 is not possible because of bishop f5. Knight c4, then check, king h8. Then white grabs this pawn, and after knight b2, they play rook b1 in this position. And knight c4, we take on a8, using that rook d4, no possible duel of mate and exchange. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. So knight f2 was played by Nimzovich. This is a desperation, because bishop g6, bishop b3, knight f6, knight f3 would be simply hopeless too. So just double rooks or knight e5 or what else, whatever, anything is winning here. So knight f2 was played, and after knight f2, he simply grabs f5, knight d1, rook d1, queen g3, check on e6, king h8, bishop d5 here was played, and rook c8, then knight e4. So white has clearly clear bishop and knight against rook, and pawns are equal, but same time they also attacking here. In attack, usually two pieces much better in such positions when they have squares. And queen h4 was played, and b3. He wants to play c4, support this important bishop here. Rook e8 was, no, one second, what he played? Rook c6 played with either rook h6. So he's just trying to complicate things, but queen f2 was played. Uh, Even bishop 6 was winning here and cd. Maybe it was simplest way actually. How to stop this pawn. Impossible to stop this pawn, but he played queen f2 and queen h5 was played. Because after queen h6 he wanted to play rook f1 and then this is hanging. So queen h5 attacking the rook here. And after queen h5, Alekhine plays queen f3 and he is forcing to exchange the queens. And this endgame is totally hopeless because this pawn is very strong. So rook b6, then c4, bc, bc, and after a few moves, Nimzowicz lost this game. Oh, actually, it was played. 1 second, it was played not like that. After gf, actually, he played g6 here. Sorry, rook d2. This was position. cb6, then he gives some check. The Alekhine play king f2, and then convert. Yeah. Let me find something interesting. Let's see from the same tournament against Freyman. I think it was maybe opening crush. Will be interesting one because Alekhine we know was very strong theoretician for that period. So S, I guess. S Freyman normally should be like this. I I, I assume. 1 second. Let me a little bit like that. I think you see the letters, right? Can Alex F7, if you are here, can you Google please the name Freiman? Did I write it correctly? It was played in St. Petersburg, 1913. No, this was played in actually already in 14. So let me change. It was in January 14 already. Freiman. In Russian, it's his surname is Freiman. So probably I wrote it correctly. So d4 was played by Freiman. d5, knight f3, knight f6. Freiman, according to Google. Are you sure? Because in Russian it's not double N. Sergei Nikolaevich von Freiman. Maybe, okay. Okay, I believe you. Let me change. So like this. Freiman. Like this, right? Alright, let's go. c4 was played by Freeman, e6, and bishop g5. Rubinstein also liked to play this move. But knight c3 is more natural, of course. Bishop g5, h6 was played. Alekhine thought that white has to exchange here. But Freeman played bishop h4, dc. Alekhine. He said even more precise was first give check and then take it. And then he could support this pawn with b5. So he played dc and queen a4 check by Freeman. And this was the only way to return the pawn. I just read you the Alekhine annotations, of course. Knight d7 was played. Queen a4. The whites play a little bit artificial here. White king, queen is too early in the opening in the c4. So c5, knight c3, and a6. He's preparing b5 with tempo. And unfortunately for white, uh, they cannot do against it anything because he played a4, but it does not achieve the goal. e3 was the best move here, b5, and still black is okay. But after a4, b5 anyway, because ab, and then this is hangs. He missed. I guess Freeman simply missed this move. Otherwise, a4 just waste of time. So queen d3 was played, c4, queen b1. We, but this game will teach us how to convert such a mistake, how to use such a mistakes of opponent. So bishop b7, strong move here, controlling this very important square. Yeah, in e4, if necessary, we will play g5 first, then bishop g3, then b4, and win this pawn. And he sacrifices the pawn, and now e3 would be much more safe move for white. Probably Alekhine would continue bishop b4, using motives that after bishop e2, also he has g5, g4, also this is hangs here. But Freeman accepts this challenge, which is very, very risky, AB, and takes on b5 here. Um, Bishop b4 check. Alekhine uses the bishop far away, eh? He cannot return on d2. So knight c3 is forced. We see that black is very far ahead from his development. So g5, bishop g3, and knight e4. Look at this, all four pieces are in the game. This is closed. Attack on c3, this is far away. And white's position are really critical. Queen c1 was played. And what else to do? There is no moves because rook a8, we take queen a8 and then queen a5. That's why he played queen c1. Yeah, this is a murder. This is a fat mat already. Knight b6 was played. And the threat is knight a4 or knight d5 here. So Freeman took on a8, queen a8, knight d2. Try to close this diagonal, also exchange this very strong knight. But knight d2 is possible here because queen d2 leads to very unpleasant check. And knight d1 queen, and if queen d1 then this. So forcing to take with king. King is not the best place on d2 of course. And queen a2 was played here. Strong move. And this beginning of the final combination. Again knight a4 is a threat. That's why e3, white is not in time to play e3 here. That's why he played king d1, but check on b3, queen c2. And after this move, uh, black pawn will march to the queen. Because what else to do? If king e1, then knight e4 again, yeah? Collapsing completely. So this is a statist here. These three pieces are statists, watching how uh, how the king will be killed. So queen c2 was played, and after queen c2, he simply take bishop c3 here, bc, and bishop, I suppose, e4. Yeah, and this was idea. Bishop e4 attacking here, and only move queen b3, then cb. b2 is the idea. So after king c1, we play knight c4 and then b2. So he played e3, b2, and he resigned because the best what he can do is give check. We play king e7, then king d2, and we simply promote, and we'll be with this fat rook extra here. Yeah, I just want to show you how you can punish your opponent. For example, in blitz, if he plays so carelessly, how important to develop your pieces instead of eat pawns. Oh, cool game now against Nimcovich from the same tournament, and it was played in 1940 against Nimzowicz. And okay, let's see now. This was played in the match, it's like tie break match for first or second place. Let's see what happened here. So black is Alekhin against Nimzowicz. Nimzowicz. I think it's like this. All right, let's go. E4 was played by Nimzowicz. E5, knight f3, knight c6, knight b3, knight f6. The four knights variation opening. Bishop b5, knight d4. This was implemented by Rubinstein. We know this move. Bishop b4 also was main move, but knight d4 Rubinstein implemented. The sacrifice of pawn, which is quite risky. Yeah, for example, here is Nimzowicz play bishop c4, and white, if they want, they can simply get position with roughly equal position after ed, e5, d ef, and then queen f6 here. Strong move. And cd is a mistake here because bishop d2, queen f6, castle is very huge attack for white here because bishop c3 is coming after bishop e7, the rook e1, and it's very dangerous. And after queen f6, dc, bishop e7, castle, castle, it will be about equal position. Yeah, we can play c6, d5, and so on. But Nimzowicz plays bishop c4 here. Okay, Alekhine gives some opening variations. After knight e5, he gives this variation, queen e7, then change here, then queen e4, and play is fine. But bishop c4. Bishop c5 was played, knight e5, queen e7, and knight d3. In case of knight f3, anyway, would be d5 with very strong initiative for black. So knight d3 was played and d5. This is a point of this variation, Alekhine says. Bishop d5 was taken by Nimzowicz. In case of knight d5, he wanted, yeah, knight c5, dc is also dangerous, yeah, this is hangs. And knight d5, in case of knight d5, he wanted to play knight d5, bishop d5, and then c6 here. Attacking the bishop, once it goes, we take on e4, then the castle, and have very perfect position. So bishop d5 was played, knight d5, knight d5 was taken. In case of knight c5, I suppose it will be knight b4 here, attacking this and attacking this juicy pawn here. That's why Nimzowicz played knight d5, queen e4 check, and knight e3 on the move to save this knight. So if white somehow managed to make castle without big losses, they can maybe survive. Let's see what happened here. So this bishop attacked actually, so black cannot do anything else, just simply retreat, castle, and bishop e6 was played. So maybe Alekhine is preparing long castle here, most probably. So we see that for pawn, black has uh, much better development. Also, pair of bishops are deadly strong. This bishop doesn't have the natural way to develop with d3 because of this knight. And Nimzowicz has to also lose the tempo for knight e1, ugly move to open this d3 road for pawn. So long castle was played. Yeah, he wanted as soon as possible use these files. That's why he played long castle. c3 was played, knight f5 by Alyokhin, and queen c2. He said maybe a little bit better was to play d3 here. And he was planning to play queen h4, attacking this pawn, and after knight f3, simply queen h5, with a huge pressure on white's position here. But Nimzowitsch played queen c2 here, and after this, he played queen h4 strong move again, attacking this pawn. He did not play queen f4 because of g3, and after queen g5, d4 here, and activating his bishop. So he played queen h4. Um, and idea was, in case of g3, to put this queen on h3 and then assault with this pawn. Yeah, this is very unpleasant. White squares are very, very weak. So knight f3, Nimzowitsch is forced to play, and queen h4 now. And there is a direct threat to win the game with knight h4 here. Maybe queen h5 is also was good here, this move. So queen f4 was played. Knight f5. What else? Because knight h4 is a threat. So knight f5, bishop f5. d3 was played by Nimzowitsch, and queen g4 played with two ideas. One queen h5 and another bishop d3 here. Queen d3 is then bishop h2 later. Yeah, now immediately doesn't work because knight h2 will this queen. But also idea is queen h5 with either bishop h2 or bishop d3 here. So knight d4 was played in this position. We see that white are simply very far away from development behind. So queen h5, attacking this pawn, f4. So Nimzowitsch desperately tries to close this bishop because h3 would be dangerous. Maybe some moment I will sacrifice g3, just bishop h3 is a whole, so only move f4. And rook h e8 was played here, with idea rook e2, this position. In case of bishop d2 now, bishop c5 would be unpleasant, and after rook e1, then rook e2, using this pin, and black is much better. And that's why Nimzowitsch played b4, try to control this square. I don't know, I would probably take care without thinking, because rook e2, we just play knight g3, I guess, or even knight d6. So probably queen e5 would be the move, is either check and take this, but this bishop's so strong, yeah, we need to eliminate it, I guess. And now something like queen d1 maybe. This is not super clear, I guess. And I'm sure that Alekhine probably would double rook and then penetrate to e2 with a good compensation. But b4 I don't like because this bishop is still on the board. And c5, he's pushing Nimzowitsch to take on a5. He's exchanging this active knight, but this bishop also very strong. Now c4 is a threat. Queen d2 played by Nimzowitsch. Yeah, b4 and c5, it's better for black, as we see. So he played queen d2 because after queen d1 he did not wanted to give this pawn too, so greedy. So with pawn on b2 and pawn on c5 he would have queen d1. Now he plays queen d2 here. And in queen d2, bishop c7 played by Alekhine. Open this file. Rook f3, cb, and cb was played. And in this position, g5 played by uh, Alekhine, because fg leads, actually it's played Nimzowitsch. Uh, Bishop b2 was the best move to develop finally this rook and also control this square. He wanted to play Bishop f4, queen c3 check, and king b8. The pawns are equal. G3 leads to bishop e3 or queen d5 maybe. And black is better, but not so much. And Nimzovich played fg in this position. Queen e5, attacking the rook, attacking the pawn. I don't know why he allowed this idea. This looks very risky. King f1, and now Alyokhin played bad move uh, because he was in time trouble. Uh, he could win after queen h1 check, king f2, then check on h4 in this position, and after king f1, then bishop g3. The mating idea on h1, and after check on c3, king b8, queen c5. We decided to close this queen h1 check with queen. Then would be b6 move here, forcing queen g1 on the square. And after queen g1, rook d3 strong move. Rook d3, and then check on h4, rook f3, and then mate on d3 like that. Yeah, that would be cool. But instead, he played bishop g3 here. And bishop d4, beautiful move by Nimzovich. This is what Alekhine missed. That's why he should put queen here. And now he started to think how to make draw here, actually. Rook d4 he take. Probably after queen h1 and bishop g1, bishop h2. Uh, White is fine after check. Check on c1, king b8, and probably queen f2. Not only defend, but also attack here. Then also attack here. That's why he take on d4, strong move here. Queen c3, king b8, queen d4, and queen h1 is queen g1, but bishop e5. This was his idea. Attacking queen and also rook. And queen d7 only move. Attacking here because queen e4 is check, we take with queen. And rook c8 was played. We decided to penetrate with checks. Rook c8 and rook f7 was played by white, attacking this pawn here. And white is escaping from all threats after rook f7. But Nimzovich now started to be too ambitious. He wanted to win this game, and then he started to play very risky. So check, king f2, queen h4 check. Not rook c2 here, because king e3, and there is no more check. In this position, queen hangs, mate is coming. So queen h4 check only move. King e2 was played. King f1, we see that it will be draw after perpetual. So he started to play for win. King e2, queen h5, and g4 he played. And this is desperately brave move here. And it also gives chances for black. And after king f1, it will be draw. King d2 is bad because of queen g5 and queen g2. So g2, g4 he played, check. Now both sides has to be very careful, especially white, because there is a force variations. Check on g3. Now this is leads to rook c2, by the way. No, rook c2 is not possible. So after this, maybe queen g2 would be, yeah? Yeah, actually king e2 loses after check. And rook f2, then rook c2, and in case of king e3, we simply take this rook because queen protects b7. 1 second. After check, rook f2, check. If we play king d1, we cannot take because of mate. So what black has to play? Queen g1, take, check, king b3, then check. And what's going on here? King c4 is a bad move because of check, and king d5, then we check and exchange and take here. But in Okay, so king b5, we have queen c6 to exchange and take as a minimum, maybe even a6. So only move would be king a4, then we'll give check. King a3 is a mate on b2. Only move would be king b5, and now it's mate. Check, and then bishop c7. Yeah, this would be cool. Variations, Alekhine did not mention that, but probably this was the line. Check, take. Ah, but one second. What if king d1? King b3 is a mistake, actually. King d1 we have choice. We cannot take because of mate. So if we give check, then king d2 only move, not give d square. Maybe it would be draw, actually. Looks like it's draw anyway. Crazy. So actually, king e2 here also was possible, but it would lead to draw. Not with king e3, but rook f2 and this beautiful king d1 move here, because mate. Ah, what I'm talking about. This is rook c8. Completely forget. So we can take this, and queen d8 is rook c8. So queen e8 would be only move. Then rook c8, queen e5, then king d8. Yeah, this position is very bad for white, of course. Yeah, so only move after queen g3 is king e4 here. This was Nimcovich hoping for. And bishop c7, strong move. Protecting this. Also queen e5 is a threat. King is in danger here. Rook c1. Let's put pressure here. Queen g2 check. King play to e3. Bishop b6 check. And d4. And this move loses immediately. And only defense would be rook c5 here. Crazy move. And would be possible rook d8. This queen protects b7 importantly. And after rook d8, queen f5. This would be defense to protect this pawn. And rook e8 check. Then king d4. Queen b2 check. Then king c4. And after queen a2 check, king c3. This would lead maybe probably to the good chances for white for survive here, of course. Bishop c5, then pc. Maybe it would be objective draw here. But unfortunately for Nimcovich, he played d4 here and missed probably completely rook d8 move. And this is killing move rook d8 because queen cannot go anywhere. This hangs here. And he played rook c7. This obviously is a desperation here. And Alekhine not even takes here with winning, but he gives check in this position. After king e2, we simply take bishop c7. So he played rook f3. Just check on e1, king d3, check on d1, king e3, and then bishop 7. And Nimcovich resigned in this position. Yeah, this was very funny, adventurous game. In 1914, he was 22 years old, by the way. We never see a Frank Marshall game, so let's see it. So next game from the another international tournament in St. Petersburg, and I want to show you a game against Frank Marshall, and I will tell you who was playing in this tournament and what was the results. So Alekhine is the white. Why did I clear it? And Frank Mar. One second, Marshall. How to like this? Simply. I hope so. So in this tournament, there was first a group stage where I was playing 11 players. So first place took Capablanca, then was Lasker, then was Tarash, number 4 was Alekhine, and number 5 was Marshall. So from 11, 5 places was advancing to the group of winners. I also was playing Bernstein, he was number 6, Rubinstein number 7, Nimzowicz number 8, Blackburn number 9, Janowski number 10, and Gunsberg number 11. Almost everybody was playing. And in the winner group, there was Lasker number 1, number 2 Capablanca, number 3 Alekhine, number 4 Tarash, and number 5 Marshall. Lasker was still a world champion, we know it, till 1921, so still 7 years until Capablanca won against him in Havana. Yeah, Lasker took in total 13 and a half points, Capablanca took 13, Alekhine took 10, and so on. And thank you for following, by the way. So let's see the game against Marshall. E4. Did I write Marshall correct, right? Marshall was like that? All right, let's go. So E4, E5, knight F3, knight F6. We didn't see Russian or Petrov long time. Knight E5, D6, knight F3, knight E4. Marshall is black. D4, D5, bishop D3, bishop D6, C4 played by Alekhine here. He says that this variation not uh, makes any discomfort for black here. So bishop b4 check, tricky check here. Knight bd2, yeah, but that's why castle normally is the continuations. Bishop b4 check, knight d2, knight d2. That was not the best continuation. Probably castle would be normal, and after castle, bishop takes to d2, and after bishop d2, then bishop g4. This would be the fight for opening initiative here. But Marshall takes knight d2, bishop d2, gives check. But still, black is probably okay. Queen e2 and queen e2 was played here. And bishop d2 would be much more correct here. King d2 and then queen e2. Bishop e2, dc, bishop c4, castle. Uh, and Alekhine thinks that white still would have a little bit more preferable game here because probably his move and he's taking this file, but feelings tell me that black should be somehow okay here. Like knight c6, I guess, and bishop develops here. Okay, it should be equal. Maybe not super equal, but not like 0 0, but maybe like 0 0.7, 0 0.9 or 0 0.10 for white. That's kind of advantage here. So yeah, especially he became good when he was preparing against Capablanca match because it was only way how to outplay Capablanca to become maybe not stronger than Capablanca, but at least close to his level in simple positions and also in net games. Queen e7 was played, Queen e2, yes, and Queen e2 played immediately. King e2, Bishop d2, King e2. Yeah, he opened this file for rook, of course, and Bishop e6 was played because dc, rook h e1 check I'm present here, and then we take. So okay, Bishop e6 was played. in this position. So Marshall desperately want to keep this pawn alive. CD by Alekhine, bishop d5, and we see that Marshall didn't have time to castle. And now white uses this moment. They give check, king goes to d8, probably the safest place, and bishop e4, because this bishop, we must remember that we need to eliminate, exchange the most uh, active piece of opponent. So bishop e4 here, good move. Bishop e4 was played because obviously c6 not possible. We take, and then rook e5 and win this pawn. So Marshall take on e4, rook e4, and also we know that Marshall was very active player. Yes, he it was not his best side to play passively, try to defend and this stuff. So we will see what happens here. Rook e8 was played by Marshall because it's necessary not allow this. For example, after knight d7, double the rooks over e file, and the rook e7 is very unpleasant here with knight g5 idea. Maybe h6 would be the move here. Rook e7, rook f8. White doesn't have immediately threats, but they definitely have some pressure. Maybe some knight h4, knight f5 here. Interesting. Okay, I mean, white is pushing here. That's why he wants to exchange this active rook. Alekhine brings another, and now he uses that this rook is in the plain knight, and they are these two pieces still far away from the development. And he played knight c6 here. And after knight 6, rook g4, strong move. And this move winning the pawn. Uh, Knight g5 was not enough because of king d7 here. After knight f7, rook f8, and this is hangs. After knight h7, rook h8 here. Rook h4, then king goes, I don't know, somewhere here is a pin. Also knight d4 is the idea. That's why he played rook g4. G6 only move, and rook h4. This was his idea. After h5, he wants to play g4 and win this pawn. And black cannot do anything here. What about, why not knight d7 then? Ah, knight d7, now knight g5. Yeah, this was the point. This was the point now. Okay, so Marshall keep this square for king. Yeah, so knight c6, rook g4, g6, rook h4 was played, and king e7 by Marshall. Rook h7, and after rook h7, rook d8, attacking this pawn, fixing it with rook d5. Rook h4, rook d5, rook e4. Let's see how young Alekhine will convert this endgame. 22 years old. Uh, and he says that this check, a tricky check, force black king retreat to the 8th rank. Because after king f6 would be unpleasant king c3 with idea rook e8 and penetrate in the camp and attacking these pawns here. That's why he played king f8 to control the square. King c3 and rook f5 was played. And Marshall is preparing transfer this knight to his natural square on d5, yeah, blocking this isolated pawn here. And rook e2 played by Alekhine. Probably he protects this pawn and wants to also have possibility to move this piece. A6 played by Marshall. So he probably didn't want to allow this rook e5 immediately. So a3, both sides not in hurry. Knight e7, rook e5. So theoretically, white has to in future make this passer over h files and distract pieces and attack the queen side. Let's see what happens. Rook e5, rook f6. Obviously, black cannot exchange. Even knight e5 is winning, but maybe even stronger d to play four pawns against two and in future make two passers here. And here these pawns will never promote, of course. So Marshall keeps rook in the game. This is correct decision. King d3 and rook c5 he wants to play now after this move, because if directly there was not first of all threat, maybe Marshall will play b6 and then it will be fork. So he wants to play rook c5 and provoke at c6 more weaknesses in the black's camp. He plays b6, avoiding this rook c5 move. So probably Marshall didn't wanted to go with king to d8 to protect this pawn, probably because he anticipating that Alekhine will create passer and he wants to keep king here to stop this pawn in future. That's why he played b6, but this also becomes d square weak. Rook e2 was played by Alekhine. He wants to go to c2 probably. Let's see what he wants. Okay, so he wants to he had in mind to sacrifice the pawn and penetrate to 7 rank. Let's see what he means. Knight d5 played Marshall. King uh, e4. This is a sacrifice. So knight e4 played by Marshall, which is tempting because rook e6 leads to knight e5 move here. Knight f6 and king f3. And uh, this knight is on very important square. Also rook c2 is coming, and slowly he would prepare this h4 idea probably. But maybe this was better for black. So he played knight f4. Marshall attacks the rook, attacks the pawn. Rook c2, knight g2. So obviously not rook c7 because of check, and then we take this knight. But knight e5, this was his idea. So once this pawn left page 7 square to b6, no more c6 is possible here. Um, and now we two threats, take and another fork. King e8 was played by Marshall in this position. Maybe it was better play king g7, I'm thinking now. Okay, he wanted to keep this king in the center to keep this pawn probably from promotion. So rook c7 was played, rook f2, knight c4, strong move here. And this knight will be transferred here, and then this pawn will be supported by knight. Yeah, fat king, yeah. So b5 was played. I don't like this move. I think this move, my feelings tell me this move is bad, because first of all, knight b6 we just take. b5 is pushing this knight where it wants to go. This was a critical moment, I guess, of this endgame, and I believe some kind of move like knight h4 would be good to have in future possibility put this knight here, also this take under the eye. I don't know. I'm too tired to think now. I think knight h4. Let's start engine 1 second. What engine will say? I think b5 is bad move. No b5. Computer say king f8. b5 he also say. Strange. What about knight h4? It's not possible. Knight h4. Knight d6. King f8. h3. What kind is? I think knight h4 is good move here, in my opinion. Okay, this is a weak engine on lichess. I don't know how to improve his strength here. I think knight h4 because knight on g2 does nothing. We have to bring it to f5 and stop this pawn. King d8, he says. Strange. Knight h4. What up, knight h4? Something wrong with this stockfish. It gets stuck here. Okay, it gives after knight h4, knight d6, king f8, h3. What is this? I mean, this is not. And now g5. Black is okay here. Okay, let's go to the game. Because b5, knight d6, I'm sure was played. And yeah, king d8 is bad. Yeah, we're losing this pawn. So king f8 he played, and now d5. And this knight will come here, and d6, d7 is a threat. f6 was played here. A strange move. Knight b7. So this is a direct threat now. Knight f4. And after knight f4, b4 he played. So if you don't want to give the Marshall had in mind to give probably this knight to this pawn somehow, and then take as much pawns possible on the queen side. Then maybe exchange these two pawns for this and somehow eliminate this one. But Alekhine plays b4 because he's nowhere to hurry here for white. And g5 rotating knight, then d6, knight e6 was played, and in this position, Alekhine of course not goes with rook. He plays king d5, strong move. Yeah, Marshall defended this endgame very badly, I guess. The point that we cannot take on c7 because dc, rook c2, simply knight c5, and this promotes. And in case of rook e2 here, white is winning with king c6 move. Knight d4, king b6. This is the difference between these two kings. And Marshall is trying to push now his pawns on the king side. So give check. He probably simply blunder king d5 move, of course. King c6, and he takes rook h2, and he's hope to push this pawn. Knight c5, not allow knight e6, so d7 is a threat. Uh, and now game is quickly over after rook d2 check, king f7, and then d7 here. And black cannot do against d8 anything because king e7 leads to check here. So he still continued by inertia a few moves after exchange d8, and after d8, rook d8, rook d8, g4 was his hope, but simply check, push away this king, and uh, after king f7, rook e2, f5, king d5, king f6 was played, and this is just senseless play. After f4, king e4, king g5, rook c2 he played, and he converted easily this position. Just wait, king h4, and then king f4. And here Marshall resigned because king h3 leads to rook f2, king h4 to the mate, after g3 simply rook f3. Yeah, Marshall did not defend it well, definitely. Oh, let's see the funny game now. Yes, yes, yes. This game we have to see. This is funny. Uh, so this game was played in the same tournament against Tarash, Zigbert Tarash. Let me find. So Alekhine was white against Zigbert. Zigbert or Siegbert, maybe like this his name is. Because in Russian it's Z, but maybe Siegbert, maybe S, I guess. And Tarash, maybe like this. I guess it's double R in my opinion. What is L is doing in the end? L is not necessarily like this. Is it correct? Siegbert Tarash. I guess I did it right. Yeah, okay. Thank you guys. So let's see what happened. I want to see this because it will be con gambit of Falkbear. That's why. F4 all of a sudden Harukin played against Tarash. Look at this. E5 played. He wants to offer the gambit from, but E4 by. So from bird we he was offering from gambit, but then Alokin offers king's gambit and then conch gambit. What the hell? How many gambits are here? In already two moves. Yeah. So D5 was played by Tarash. Yeah. Alokin says that in that time when this game was played, the conch gambit of Falber. Uh, there was a lot of analysis of Alapin, and it was considered not good for black. But nowadays we know that it's good actually. And recently he says that this view was changed because of Tarash games and analysis. and Tarash won a beautiful game against Spielmann in 1923. So in 9 years after this game, he won. All right, so ED was played, the main move, because FE is a direct mistake here. Is a super mistake because of check on h4. G3 leads to queen e4, and then we take this rook, yeah? And this will leads to queen e4, then check here, and just black is crushing immediately. So FE is a bad move. So ED was played. E4, this is a whole idea. There is also move like ED, yeah, like EF, the knight F3, and this is also interesting. I think it was played in Spassky games like that. But E4, D3, knight F6. The famous game of Morphy was like that. Yeah, when he played bishop B4, then he sacrifices E3, castle, rook E8, and so on. D played by Alekhine, knight E4. What a funny game, knight F3, because queen H4 is coming. Knight f3 is a developing move, protecting the square, and bishop f5 was played by Tarash. And Alekhine says in this moment bishop f5 is a mistake, and before should play bishop c5 and then bishop f5 after queen e2. This was the idea. And this is a game Spielmann versus Tarash. That is how Tarash improved this. And idea was that after g4, Tarash would play castle, gf, and rook e8 with a huge attack here for piece. But he played bishop f5 now. He didn't know this yet, and bishop e3. And this is very important move because it's controlling this diagonal now. And white, we must not forget that they have pawn up here. After bishop e3, c6 was played in this position. Bishop c4. We see that all suddenly white was behind the development, and they are a hit because they developed already three pieces and black developed only two. Also, they're ready to make castle, so definitely something go wrong for Tarash here. b5, yeah, he understands that it's something wrong, and he starts the desperating actions here on the queen side. Yeah, because after castle it will be just no compensation. So he tried immediately to do something here. Bishop b3. It was possible also to play bishop e2 because after cd we take on b5, and in case of a6 play e4. This was also possible. And after b4 maybe even take on c6 here. And after queen d1, bishop d1, knight c6, and so on. So after castle, white has simply pawn up here with some little compensation for black. But he plays bishop b3, keep this pawn alive. c5, this was a Tarash hope, yeah? He wants to play c4 and not give time for castle. But very unpleasant surprise here. d6, strong move. Open this square for bishop or queen. For example, c4, what was happened? Alekhine wants to play queen d5. Yeah, they cannot take also queen d6 because of bishop d5 here. I mean, take and then bishop d5 and win this rook. So c4 only move, then queen d5, attacking bishop, attacking the rook. This was the idea. Knight d7 played by Tarash. Queen takes on a5, attacking here. So Alekhine found how he neutralized initiative of black and have pawn up. So knight d6, attacking the queen. Uh, and queen d5 was played here. Bishop e7. It's no way to hurry to take this bishop. He first develop pieces. Castle, castle. Knight c3. Knight f6. Okay, the threat was already knight b5 here. Knight b5 and takes c4. So knight f6. He attacks the queen. Queen d2, and he finally takes. Yeah, again knight b5 was a threat. That's why he takes. And after a b, white has a minimal advantage of pawn up, but uh, they have uh, good chance to win. Of course, if this pawn would be on f2, they would have much better position. Now they have little advantage, not decisive. b4 was played by Tarash, and I don't like actually this move. Create weaknesses, also reduce power of this bishop, black square. I don't like b4. I would not play b4. I don't like this move. Maybe something else should be played by Tarash here. Anything but not this move. Maybe queen c8 with either rook d8, I don't know. But this also hangs, right? This is also hangs. I don't know, maybe queen c7 I would play, I don't know. But not b4. b4 I don't like. a6 is too slow. But possible, of course. Yeah, a6. I want to develop somehow. Defend and develop this. I like this move. I said rook d8, at least something. Because before it creates some weaknesses. You see the light squares became weak. I don't like before. Knight d5. Yeah, he's pushed this knight to d5 and white is simply getting more position. Knight f5 was played. Knight e7, queen e7. So rook e1 played by Alekhine, protect this bishop. Rook d8 and bishop d4 strong move. This was his idea, and then c3 he will play and protect this bishop. Knight d4, knight d4, queen c5, rook d1 was played. So rook d1. The idea was to play c3 here. So rook d5 played Tarash. He wants to create a, uh counter play over this knight over d file square, d file line. So h3, we used to move to prepare this king h2. Rook d8 and c3 was played. This rook is so strong, yeah? He not allows this knight e4 idea here. Yeah, and now white's position is very stable. Everything is protected, and black will suffer in this position because they need to just wait. They don't have any active counterplay here. They just need to wait what white will do. So the next plan of white somehow get rid from this pin and then exchange the rooks, reduce the power. So if imagine if we change all heavy pieces, it will be hopeless endgame for black because we will force also BC and then the king goes to center and we'll have this passer here. So we need to exchange as more possible heavy pieces, and black has to avoid because they only chance in active counterplay. So they need to keep more pieces on the board. For them, theoretically, exchanges of knights are good, and try to go some kind of rook and games, for example. So let's see how this conflict will be. So h6, I don't, Tarash did not see anything better than just wait. Queen d3, queen d6 attacking the pawn, queen f3. Nice position for queen. He protects this, he protects this, also reduce the knight possibilities, and also in future takes eye on this rook. Maybe he wants to play next rook d3, rook d1, then king h2, and then go with knight somewhere and exchange. Uh, Knight h5 was played by Tarash. He's attacking here, but it actually doesn't achieve anything. Rook e4 simply protect. Um, and knight f6 he go back because f5 would bet during before because of rook e5 here, and after rook e5 there would be f3 queen e5, and this is hangs. This was the idea to close this rank. In case of knight f4, he would take rook d5, queen d5 leads to queen e4. After this would be knight f5, queen c5, like king h1, and also this is pin here. So obviously Tarash simply goes back, and now he plays a rook to e3, knight h5, and now rook f1. So no more pin, white stabilized position. This pawn is defended, protected, better say. knight f6, rook e1. Now knight h5 leads to some exchanges here. Probably Tarash not allows that. Also rook e5 is the idea. So he changed his mind, play queen c5, put pressure on this pawn. King h2. We see how in such positions it's very important not to hurry, with the decision. Slowly, slowly, like spider make its nest, like slowly, not to be in hurry. Rook c8, and this kind of play very unpleasant, annoying for your opponent. He loses, he nervous, his confidence, and usually he will make mistake in such a play. Rook 1 e2. Look, yeah, this is a hidden idea for next. The hidden, the quiet move for hidden idea. King f8 and rook e5. This was his plan here. Because now they cannot play bc, queen c3 because of rook c2. This was his idea. When rook was on e1, it doesn't work. But now rook c2 is white immediately winning here because queen f3 leads to rook c8 check, and game is over here. Beautiful idea. So rook e5. This is a plan. Yes, we reduce a pressure of black. Rook d8 and knight f5. All suddenly it's white who is now attacking. Yes, c4 is very unpleasant threat now because knight is not anymore under attack, and c4 will force rook e5. Then we take fe, then e6 and crush. So queen b6 was played. Queen g3, attacking the pawn. Knight h5. What else? Because g6 leads to knight h6 and two pawns down. So knight h5 played by Tarash, queen h4, and there is actually a threat. For example, g6 leads to mate in 3, 1, then 2, and mate on e7 here. That's why Tarash played probably knight f6 here, or rook e5. Let's see. Rook e5 he played, and this is a move of desperation. Uh, After knight f6, what Tarash recommended after the game, uh, knight h6 would be here. And after knight h6, game will be quickly over because gh, what else? Rook e5 leads to fe, then ef. So gh and rook e6, this would be idea. Fe, what else? Rook d6, then queen f6 here. Rook e6, rook e6, queen e6, then queen d8, and too much pawns. Then we give check, take on b4, and also protect on b3 here. That's why after rook e6 would be only move fe, and after fe, queen f6 check. On king e8 we just win the we win the queen, so king g8 only move. And after king g8, rook e6, attacking the queen. The rook 5 d6 because rook 8 d6 leads to rook e8, rook h8 mate. Queen c7 will be rook e7 and then mate, or we win this queen and win the game. Rook 5 d6 only move, and after that queen g6 check, king h8, because king f8 leads to lost after queen f5 check, king g8 and rook e7, and here is a lot of fat mates. Yeah, queen h7, queen f7 here, and after queen g6, king h8 would be only move, but we first take this pawn as queen g6 back. Then we give this very unpleasant check on h5, and we use that king g7 will be rook e7 with mate, so only move king g8 and rook e7, and there is no defense for against mate because no checks here. Only move would be something like, I don't know, rook h6 and check and mate on g7. Beautiful variation. That's why Taras probably couldn't calculate, but he felt something wrong after knight f6. That's why he probably decided to exchange on e5, don't suffer anymore. Fe was played, cut off the square for knight, and rook d1 he played here. This was his chance, his hope to activate this queen somehow. But Alekhine simply plays rook e3 here, not allow any chances. Um, he could actually take and then escape with king somewhere on g4, but this is much more simple because now queen g6 was played by Taras because g6 also was losing uh, because of check here and then check here, then check here and then also check here and game over. But Taras played queen g6 and after queen b4 he resigned because king e8 is a mate and after king g8 is a fork here. I love Yemen. Hello. How are you doing, man? Yeah, this was a cool game. Yeah, now I want to show you the famous game. Who uh, who knows and loves Alekhine, they know this game, of course. I will not tell. I will not tell. Don't Google, please, because I want to show it now. So the same tournament with the same opponent with black. Yeah, now is coming more amazing game. Believe me. Now will be more amazing. Zero hour. Now you will have face wow face if you don't Google this game, of course. Now that will be unfair if you do it. Then you will understand what I mean. So Zigbertash Alekhine. Look at this game now. So e4 played by Tarash. So this was played after that game, and very angry Tarash now. d4, d5. What do you mean? What means Zigbert? Zigbert is his name. Are you kidding me or what? Knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5 was played. Dr. Zigbertash. Bishop b4 was played by Alekhine here, and ed by Tarash. So here is a long annotations of Alekhine, and he says that uh, this variation direction was out of fashion, out of mode, or how to say. And now nowadays e5 white is preferred here, and after h6 a variation like this: bishop d2, take, bc, knight e4, then queen g4, king f8, h4, and so on. Also, Tarash was recommended here. Uh, yeah, also Chigorin direction is interesting here. After h6, ef, hg, fg, rook g8, then h4, and after gh, queen g4. Okay, this is like um, information about this line, and we probably will not dig for it. Let's go back to the game. So in the game, ed was played here. But how not to show that game actually? I mean, I want to show that game. I want to show that game. 1 second. I want to show it. So imagine, yeah, 1 second. Uh, how it was before. Take. Yeah. So Alekhine was played with white. So imagine in one of the game he played e5, h6. He took. He take here. Then h4. Then queen g4 here. And in 1 year later, after this Tarash game, it was played in 1915 in Moscow. He played, and his opponent played bishop e7 here, protecting this pawn. And now look what happened: g3 by Alekhine here, c5. Better to play bishop f6 and eliminate this pawn, of course. And after c5, gh, cd, h5, dc, h6, cb attacking his rook, rook b1 played by Alekhine. Queen a5 check, king king goes to e2, not allows this check here. Queen a2, h7. Look at this. In blitz, it would be very cool. Queen b1, hg. Two queens, three queens on the board now. Look at this. King d7, queen f7, queen c2 check. Look at this crazy game. King f3. Now b1 leads to queen e6 and then queen e7. Knight c6 was played. Queen e6 check. King c7. Then queen f4 check. Thank you for following me, SW. King b6 was played. And queen e3 check. Look at this. What's going on here? Totally mess. Bishop c5, g8. Look at this. Four queens. I want to show you this game. And b1 was played. What the hell? What the hell? Five queens. Oh my. Even Levente is shocked, right? Levente, you are shocked or not? Tell me. Tell me honestly, you're shocked or not? and and who can guess? Who can guess? Who can guess what how white is winning here? Don't start engines and this stuff. No, Alekhine says that he played some game like this, and he says that probably this was only in history position, only historical position in history with five queens on the board. Look at this, what's going on. In this position, rook h6. Look at this, no checks, no take something. Rook h6, double exclamation mark is winning here. Pinning this knight and queen d8 is a threat, mating threat here. Look at this move. Look at this position. What the fuck is going on? That's why I want to show you this. That's why I want to show you this. Look at this. Crazy. And in case of queen f1, try to open this square. Then queen b4 check. Look at this triple check. Triple pins, double pins. What's going on here? Queen b4. And only move queen b5. Then queen d8 check. King a6. Then queen uh, a3. And it will be mate because queen a5, queen rook c6. And queen a4 leads to rook c6 check. Queen c6. Then what to take? Queen c6 and then queen a4. Yeah, this you. How I could not show you this? Yeah, crazy. So let's back to the boring game now. Yeah. Okay. So in this position, ED was taken by Tarash. Queen D5, attacking the bishop. Uh, Bishop F6, Bishop C3. Probably he take immediately here because he did not want to allow after GF something like Queen D2 move here or Queen D3 or Queen D2 and then long castle, and he wants to destroy this structure. So both sides structure is a little bit weak now. Uh, Knight F3 was played and B6 by Alekhine, and he thinks that this is very nice development of this bishop. G3 was played by Darash. Да, привет, Артур Чес. Ты пропустил крутой. You missed, Артур Чес. You missed five. You missed five queens on the board now. Unfortunately for you. And now he says that knight d7 was a good move here. And I did after bishop g2 to play bishop a6, not allow castle. And in case of knight h4, there is a queen a5 strong move here. And this is not possible due of check. queen d2, then we take here. Yeah, this was strong. And we see that by this variation that Alekhine was, like analytic mind setup. He always was, always analyzing games, novelties, this stuff in openings. But he played, instead he played bishop b7, natural move. But anyway, even after this, black has a good game and give check on e4 here. King d2 played by Tarash. We see that probably he was so much angry of that previous loss that he wanted to take revenge. Queen e2 was objectively better. But after this, black had a chance to take, then put king on e7 probably, and then in future they will play c5. Maybe after knight d7, c5, rook c8, or even maybe knight c6, knight a5, rook c8, c5, like some kind of Nimzovich ideas. That's why Tarash keeps king on the board. Why I'm watching a chess stream after being up for 24? Really? You did not sleep even 1 minute and playing 16 hours chess? Sick. Damn you, Alekhine. Okay, after this, I will probably stop Alekhine and I switch to maybe Botvinnik. Special for you. I will send you to I will send you to the sleep. It will be Botvinnik will be your lullaby. You will definitely sleep then. Um, so what happened? Yeah, King F1 it actually was game. Can you imagine such a big knowledge of Alekhine? King F1 was played in a game between Reti versus Bogolyubov in Berlin 1920. So 7 years later of this game, of current game. So King D2, Queen G6 was played by Alekhine. Of course, Knight E1 or Knight H4 is a threat, yeah, to win this bishop. And he says that this was the best move here. Because, for example, knight c6, we save the bishop, but we lost after knight h4 the queen. Doesn't have a move. So queen g6 is the only move here. Because after knight h4, he wants to give check here. And then exchange. So still Tarash played knight h4, because this bishop so annoying. Queen h6, and he plays f4 here. And Alekhine is not exchanging this bishop, because then whole complex of white squares will become a weak, also queen cut off from the queen side. So when we take, then this queen will go to f3, controlling c6 square. This would be anti-positional exchange. So he plays knight c6, keep this bishop for defense, and long castle. I'm sure he will preparing here. And yeah, this is actually the threat. Long castles and knight d4 or e5 here. Oh shit, computer is out of battery here. So what happened after Queen e2 played by Tarash? He's protecting the bishop, connect the rooks, and also avoid these kind of ideas after long castle. So it was played, and king goes to c1, king b8. For example, e5 directly was not possible here because of d5, and after ef he not takes on c6 because of discovered check and moving queen, but a very unpleasant check here. After king b8 he takes here. So that's why he played king b8, solid move, and now e5 is also a threat, crushing in the center. King b2. We see that Tarash wastes so much time with this walk with kings. In 15 moves, he played 3 moves with king, and this king is not safe on queen side. Knight a5, strong move. And now he exchange in these circumstances the bishop because king already is safe, and also he wants to claim this square for rook and transfer it to the queen side. So bishop b7 was played by uh, Tarash. Knight goes to b7, rook a d1, rook d5. This was his idea, to put rook on a5. C4. Sooner or later you need to push away this rook, so Tarash do it immediately. Uh, Rook a5, and now he played knight g2. Tarash wants to bring this knight here, protect central squares, also this pawn. But it's too late. I mean, too slow. And probably rook d3 would be better move here. And after rook d8, then rook d1 in this position. And after queen f8 with either queen h some checks, then simply rook b3 and try to hold this position. But Tarash played knight g2. He underestimated uh, ideas of Alekhine. Rook d8 first. So all black pieces are active. Uh, yeah, now rook d3 is too late because queen f8 and the threat is rook d4. For example, rook d1 we take here, then we give check, then we give check, we give check, and we take this rook with, and we have two pawns and totally winning position. That was the difference. When rook was here, he played rook b3, and now he don't have time for rook d1, unfortunately, and rook b3 not possible because of rook d4. So what happened here after rook d8? One second, I've lost. Yeah, and now white tries to avoid the material losses. That's why he plays. Uh, yeah, I mean he plays knight e3 here. Yeah, he played knight e3, then queen f8. I was showing the variation what happened after rook d3, and he plays c5 here. And he stops for a moment, for a while, this penetration, but it doesn't help in general. bc, d5, and c4, strong move. A counter sacrifice, opening this diagonal for queen. Now queen c4 loses immediately, yes, because of check, and then we eliminate this knight here. So we see the difference, yes. This rook is far away, and this rook is in the game. Also, queen is far away from the queen, and this is queen is very active here, and rook is also creating very strong threats. So knight c4 on the move by Tarash, protecting this square. Queen b4 check. King c1 loses after rook a2, so only move king a1. Queen c3 check. King b1 loses after rook b5. So he played knight b2 fianchetto. Post knights are funny. Post knights are fianchetted now, but unfortunately rook d6 strong move. So the threat is rook b6, then rook b5, or rook b6, rook b1, then rook b a6, and give mate on a2. And this is much stronger than simply rook d5, which leads to only pawn up position. So rook d6. And the problem that rook d3 is not possible in this position for Tarash because rook da6, and there is a very fat mate. This is very fat mate here, rook a1. Yeah, rook d6, very cool. And queen c4 was played by uh, Tarash. What else to do? Because the problem is that after da, black even can take rook e6 or play first rook b6 because there is not rook d8 to way of this knight. I'm not sure that black can actually play this move because maybe they will be surprisingly sacrificed on a6 here. Rook a6 and then we take ef, or maybe e7 is stronger. Or maybe ef and the rook h e1. Ah no, ef is then queen e3, yes, we stop. And also attacking queen e2, so e7 maybe with a move. Try to promote, and after rook e6, then rook d8 is a mate. So knight d6 and rook d6. There would be definitely some chances for white. But I guess after d, rook b6 is a strong move. Yeah, attacking here. After rook b1, we can even take here, or yeah, or take here, or now rook a6 is winning, I guess. Ah, no, yeah, or queen a3, queen c4. Yeah, it's not mate. Rook a6, take, and now e7, simply rook e6, and ef leads to mate. Queen a3. Okay, that's why Tarash played queen c4 in this position. He did not find better move. And rook a6 strong move here. And the point that now he's exchanging these two rooks for queen and this pawn, and game will be over very quick. So d8, he take fe. White doesn't have any good moves here. Rook d3 leads to queen c4, knight c4. Then we give check on a1 and take this rook. So white doesn't have any move here. So he play simply king b1, then rook a2. So forcing queen a2, yeah, because mate is coming. Queen a2, rook a2, king a2, and what's the problem for white? That queen c2. So what's going on here? Three pawns on the king side for both, but two pawns are here. Also, king is not safe. This knight together with queen creates unpleasant problems. Rook dc1, queen d2, with idea check here in case of rook d1, and then knight d6. So king b1 in advance. Knight d6 was played. And this invention of this knight, somewhere here or here, will force white to resign if he moves here. Rook c2, queen b4, rook d1 was played, knight b5. The fork from this side and from this side is coming. So he gives check on d8, king b7, rook d2. We see that uh, Tarash is defending very resistantly, but with full resistance, but it doesn't help in this position, of course, because of simply e5. Now, suddenly, black also has another strong passer which will distract one of the rook to e file, and then white pieces will lose coordinating to defend each other. And he says that even stronger was to play e5, of course, a4 and e3 here. Yeah, and there wasn't defense. But okay, fe, probably he just relaxed. Obviously, rook e8 is a bad, rook e2 is bad because of fork, and rook e8 not possible because of these rooks. That's why Tarash is protecting rook to have rook e8, I guess. But knight d4, this was also idea. Cut off these rooks from each other. And in such situations, queen is much stronger when rooks are not coordinating with each other. Rook d3, queen e1 check, knight d1, not knight, he played with rook on d1, queen e4, mate in one is a threat, rook goes to d3, because knight d3 was lost immediately after check here, and it's a mate, it's simply mate everywhere. King d2, just check c2 and check on e2, after king b2, check on c2 and mate on b3. That's why he played rook d3 only move, because rook d2 is a fork, simply only move. And after that, queen h1 check, sadistic check here. Also, for example, c5 and c4 was also very deadly idea, but he goes after this pawn. Quite sadistic. Queen h2, mate is a chance, is a threat. King b1, queen g3. I don't know why Tarash did not resign in such position. What's a pleasure to play it? Four pawns on the board. Rooks doesn't have any targets. Knight passive. Yeah, I mean game is should be over a long time, but Tarash continues by inertia. King a2, and Alekhine pushes h5. Rook e8 with idea, teeny idea, rook d4 suddenly here. First threat maybe in the game. Queen e4, rook c3, then king knight b5, rook c5, then queen b4 here. And yeah, and white actually resigned here because threat is knight c3, right? Um, and only way to continue this game for white would be rook e5 here. And after knight c3, rook c3, queen c3, then rook h5 in this position. But black is easily win here. For example, like this, king goes to b5, and then rook h5, then we put c5 here. So white's only chance to keep somehow some kind of fortress over fourth rank, because this knight tells rook that only chance to keep these squares right together. but unfortunately it doesn't work. So with one pawn it will be draw, but with two pawns is winning. A5 we play, rook A4, and queen C2. This is the idea. Pin the uh, king, because for example rook H2 will be A4 now, and after rook A4 we take it, and we win like pawn in game because it's opposition. And after queen C2 would be only possibility king A3 and then queen G2 the Zugzwang here, because queen G3 is a threat and king A2 we know A4, and this rook has to leave fourth rank, and after it leaves we give check and push these pawns forward and game will be over very quick. Yeah, but Alekhine could win this game much faster before with A5 A4 of course. Okay, maybe for today is enough because I'm really tired, guys. Enough for today, and I really appreciate your support, guys. Levente, thank you for visit, and of course we can continue Alekhine with next stream or after. Yeah, that's why Tarash probably resigned after this knight b5 move, queen b4, knight b5, because he did not want to suffer anymore, probably, as I understood. All right, guys, let me now rate. Let me rate. Let me rate, guys, and then I will say good night to you. And let me 1 second. Let me find someone who we can rate. Of course, Ruches will rate. Will rate Ruches. Don't go, guys. 1 second. Let's support. Ruches is a new streamer. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Rate. Ruches 27. Please support. Yeah. And I will tell you good night, guys, on this. Good night on this. 1 second. I will click. Now. Right now, and good night, everybody. And try to support him. I will appreciate.